With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time.
And a pleasant good evening to all of you hockey fans. My name is Neil Villapiano, once again the host of the Devil's State of Mind podcast here on the Hockey Podcast Network that covers the New Jersey Devils. And we bring you Game 2 of the 2025 Stanley Cup Finals between the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers. And if you were joining us 48 hours ago when we did the live watch-along of Game 1, we saw an exciting one as the Edmonton Oilers came back from down 3-1 to win the game 4-3 in overtime thanks to 2 goals from Leon Drysdale. So now with the Oilers up 1-0, they look to try to get themselves halfway towards Lord Stanley's Cup before the series shifts to Florida. It should be another exciting one, and thank you to everybody for hanging out with me tonight. While you're here, make sure to leave a like on this stream, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you get notified every time we go live here throughout the Stanley Cup Finals. I just saw that we are at around 5,800 subscribers here on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. Let's try to get, I want to be aspirational. Let's try to get to 6,000 by the end of the Stanley Cup Finals here. So make sure to, again, like and subscribe. Also share with your family and friends as well. This should be an exciting one, just like game number 1 was. It just lived up to the hype. It was absolutely awesome. So they're doing the national anthem, so we're just moments away from puck drop. MZ Sandell says, I think it'll be 4-3 Panthers in regulation this time. So they're going with the Panthers to even up the series. And don't forget to leave, as my friend just did here, don't forget to leave your score predictions in the chat as well as we get underway in this one. And of course, my good buddy RJ giving me all the updates and everything that we need. Hit those likes and subscribe as well, as he just pointed out. Pretty big news in the NHL this morning as the Dallas Stars, after their 3rd consecutive defeat in the Western Conference Finals, decided to let go of head coach Pete DeBoer. So yet another team will be looking for a new head coach going into next season. Going to be a really interesting offseason for them. It's going to be an interesting offseason for basically every team in the NHL, but we are not there yet as we are just about ready to get underway in game number 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. What am I looking for here for both teams? Let's start with the Florida Panthers. I think honestly with the Panthers, I don't believe that they played all that well in game number 1. I felt that the Oilers controlled the majority of the game and rightfully deserved to win. So for the Panthers, they have to come out and be aggressive right away, get to their style of play, get in front of Stuart Skinner and make it a nightmare in front of him. Because once you get a couple past him, he can get a little shaky, as we've seen in these playoffs. So it's important for the Panthers to start on time. For Edmonton, when you look at the grand scheme of things, again, you got to find a way to take advantage of those opportunities when they present themselves. They did that for the most part in game number 1, but on the power play, despite scoring a power play goal, I felt that their power play could have been better. So when they get an opportunity on the man advantage, gotta get going here. The defense of the Oilers got to tighten up a little bit here. They gave up a couple of odd man chances in game number 1, and you can't give up those too many because the Panthers are going to make you pay. So that's really what I want to see from both teams. And it's going to, again, like I said, going to be an exciting one. Either the Florida Panthers are going to tie this series up at a game apiece, or we're going to Florida. We're going to Sunrise with the Oilers up 2-0. And this is going to be an exciting one, as I've mentioned before. And again, make sure to leave your score predictions in the chat. And shout out again to Yahoo Sports. That's going to be the big help for me today, showing the scoreboard here for this one. I used to use Flash Score, but now I use the Yahoo one because I think it's just a lot better overall. As we do have, again, AJ Greer did not play game number 1 due to a lower body injury. He is day-to-day. He is out for game number 2 as well. Again, Jesper Boquist will be in the lineup for the injured AJ Greer. He did skate yesterday at practice, so that's a little bit positive. I would like to imagine that it's possible he'll play in at least starting in game number 3. And, the Panthers could certainly use his abilities, especially on that bottom 6, if they can get him back into the lineup here. And you look at Evander Kane, he actually led all skaters in game number 1 with 9 hits, definitely playing that physical style. And it's great that he's back in the lineup here, as again, we are just about ready, and we are indeed underway here in game number 2 between the Panthers and the Oilers. Starting goaltending matchup against Sergei Bobrovsky and Stuart Skinner. As that shot right away by Reinhart is saved by Stuart Skinner. And that, again, is how we get this one going here. As the puck is behind the Florida net, picked up by Kasperi Kapanen, gets it top of the point to Nurse. Nurse with a wrist shot through traffic, gets blocked in front. Puck in the right corner here as the Panthers trying to get it out. Big time hit up top, and we're going to get a penalty right away on the Oilers as that stick came up and got Carter Verhaeghe, and it's going to be Evander Kane that goes to the box. And we'll take a look to see if this might be more than a 2-minute minor, as Verhaeghe got him good, and I think he might actually be bleeding here. Just 37 seconds into this game. So again, not what you want if you're the Edmonton Oilers. Not even a minute in, you're already going to the sin bin. You scored 66 seconds into game number 1 to grab the 1-0 lead, but now you got to kill off a penalty very early on, less than a minute into this game. They just showed that turnaround shot just moments ago that actually ended up being just high of Stuart Skinner. So here we go as the Panthers start a 2-minute minor. So it's not a 4-minute. It is a regular 2-minute minor high sticking call against Evander Kane. And we'll see how this power play goes for the Panthers. They were 1 for 2 in game number 1. Barkov dumps it into the center of the ice where Seth Jones will get to it. Tries to feed off to Ekblad, and now the Panthers get into the zone. Barkov up the right side, banks it around the boards, over to Sam Reinhart. Tries to get top of the point, does. Ekblad over there, shot, and that one gets blocked off the shot from Tkachuk. That puck gets back to the top of the point, left side, now to Ekblad with a wrist shot, and that one is fought off by Stuart Skinner. Puck on the right side in the Edmonton zone. Seth Jones tried to keep it in, but it deflected off his glove and in to the Oilers bench. So again, as I mentioned before, starting goaltending matchup tonight, Sergei Bobrovsky in for the Florida Panthers, and Stuart Skinner, who is currently on a 5-game winning streak in these playoffs. He is in net for the Edmonton Oilers. So again, if you're just jumping in, 2-minute high sticking call, 37 seconds into the game to Evander Kane of the Oilers. And so we'll see if the Panthers could strike first early on here. Let's go on, Gaza. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on this Friday evening. He's going with a 3-2 win for the Panthers tonight. So there you go. There you go. We got some, so far we have 2 predictions for the Florida Panthers. I actually have the Edmonton Oilers winning tonight. I'm going to say they're going to win this game 3-2. I think, again, we're in for a low-scoring affair, and I think the Oilers are going to use that home ice advantage in this home crowd to lead them to a win. As Matthew Tkachuk comes into the zone, Bennett drops it off now, and a toe drag shot. That one is stopped by Skinner, and now the Panthers look to reset as Verhaeghe with a wrist shot that gets blocked. Feed it in front, left side to Schmidt. Another opportunity by Bennett, and they score! Sam Bennett with 30 seconds to go on the power play. He gets it past Skinner, and the Panthers strike first early in game number 2. It's 1-0 Florida. Sam Bennett with his 3rd goal already of this Stanley Cup final, and it comes just 2:07 into the contest. The second power play unit for the Panthers is the one that gets it going. Nice feed from Matthew Tkachuk over to Nate Schmidt, and then Nate Schmidt with a beautiful pass to his right to a streaking Bennett, and he actually didn't get all of that shot, but got enough of it to get it past Stuart Skinner. And Nate Schmidt already with his 3rd point of this series. He had two assists in game number 1. He gets his 3rd assist of the series already here. And the Panthers, again, strike first, and they're up early 1-0. MC certainly liking that one. Good to see you again, Connor. Hope you're doing well this evening. 7 goals in the last 5 road games for Sam Bennett. So he continues to have a phenomenal playoffs. As then the Oilers come in and Bouchard with a shot that hits the side of the net. Good pressure here, gets it back top of the point. Drive by Woman, fakes the slap shot over to Drysdale. Right side to Bouchard. Bouchard with a wrist shot that gets blocked into the right corner and out of play. Connor saying, after seeing DeBoer in the news today, guys like Mike Sullivan, Rob Brindamore, and Cooper are examples of having pure luck on their sides, has given the longevity of repeated failures. I mean, yeah, the shelf life of NHL coaches is the least of any professional sport, I think, out there, honestly. How Cooper gets another season as Bolts head coach is beyond me. I mean, look, the dude has won 2 Stanley Cups. I think until the Lightning finally decide to rebuild, Connor, I don't see Cooper going anywhere. Happy Friday, Daniel Barry. Good to see you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. And good to see you again, Danelle. Happy Friday. And again, happy Friday to everybody. And thank you for hanging out with us as we have a penalty here against Aaron Ekblad of the Florida Panthers. So now the Oilers will go to their first power play tonight, looking to try to even this one up early in this first period. Neil, were you shocked that the Stars fired Pete DeBoer? No, because you've had 3 consecutive years of making the conference finals, which is great, but you just haven't been able to get over the hump. And also, with some of the reports that we were hearing, not just about DeBoer's situation to remove Jake Ottinger early in that final game against the Oilers, and now an opportunity there by Corey Perry is stopped, dead blank save by Bobrovsky, and the Panthers clear. But yeah, I'm not totally surprised. It seemed to me that they needed a new voice, and it'll be really interesting to see who ends up getting that Stars job. As now Connor McDavid up the center of the ice, he weaves his way in, feeds it left side now to Nugent Hopkins. Hopkins gets it top of the point to Bouchard. Bouchard walks the line, feeds it now to Nugent Hopkins. Hopkins with a shot, and that one's fought out by Bobrovsky. Puck comes out in front, but he gets to it. Seth Jones falls down, and well, he fell down because he was tripped. And so that will do it for the Oilers power play that lasts just 38 seconds. And we are going to skate 4 aside. Nugent Hopkins is the culprit on that one. So already the 3rd penalty called of this period here. There was a lot of calls in the first period of game 1, and the same is happening here in game number 2. The Stars and Hurricanes are alike. They are good teams, but both teams get over the hump to get to the finals, especially against certain teams, right? For the Stars, it's the Oilers, and for the Hurricanes, it's the Florida Panthers. But again, Danelle, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. I do appreciate it. Same problem happened to him in Vegas and the San Jose Sharks. Imagine how many cups he would have won the last 10 years. And also the New Jersey Devils as well, Connor. He took the Devils to the 2012 Stanley Cup Finals. So again, DeBoer has constantly been a bridesmaid, never a bride. Just hasn't been able to get to that elusive Stanley Cup. And the closest that he has gotten was, I believe, 6 games in that 2012 final with the New Jersey Devils. He came just 2 wins away from winning it. And I'm sure somebody is going to try to hire him this year. I don't expect him to be on the unemployment line for too long. So both teams now will skate 4 aside for the next minute 22. And then the Panthers will go to an abbreviated power play as the Panthers win this one. Nate Schmidt dumps it around all the way to the other side where Brad Marchand will get to it first. He loses the puck, and he's able to regain it for a moment. And now they'll have to go back where Sam Bennett will control. Sam Bennett again with the game's first goal on the power play, his 3rd already of this final. Mikkola with a high-rising shot going wide of Stuart Skinner. It comes all the way back out, and the Panthers will reset. Brad Marchand comes up, takes a soft wrist shot that goes right into the breadbasket of Skinner. And we get some pleasantries after the whistle, unsurprisingly, just a little over 4 minutes into this one. All the coaching of all the teams in the NHL has been taken. Well, now we'll see who ends up getting the Stars job as that one is now become available. But again, There could be other things to happen. Maybe Pete DeBoer becomes an assistant somewhere, at least for this upcoming year. I don't know. Yeah, Connor, that's the thing. He was also the coach of the Florida Panthers as well. So he's been in the league for a long time, Pete DeBoer. And yeah, I mean, he got the Devils to the finals in a really, in a year where they were the 6th seed and had that run, that really special run. One of the runs that Devils fans, especially of a younger generation, will remember for a long time. But again, just could not get over the hump. Just could not get beyond the LA Kings, who were having an unreal year. As that shot from the corner deflects out of play. Surprised how the OKC Thunder lost that game last night to the Pacers, excuse me. Yeah, that was a wild game, number 1 in the NBA Finals. Pacers again, for what, the 5th or 6th time in these playoffs, come back from down 20 plus and ended up winning thanks to a game-winning shot from Tyrese Halliburton in the waning second with 0.3 seconds to go. And so the Pacers have a 1-0 series lead, and they'll look to try to potentially steal both games in OKC before that series shifts to Indiana. Paul Maurice having a little chat with one of the with the head ref. I think that might be Rooney. I think that's Chris Rooney. That's the head ref here tonight. We're exactly 4.5 minutes into this one. If you just tuned in, you've already missed a goal. A little over 2 minutes into this game, Sam Bennett, with his 3rd goal of the Stanley Cup Finals already, scored on the power play to give the Panthers the early 1-0 lead. And I think the stoppage of play is they're trying to fix the ice in the crease that Sergei Bobrovsky is at. There seems to be a delay here, but looks like we're going to get back to action. Face off to the right of Bobrovsky in the Panthers zone. Chris Rooney is indeed the head ref in this one, as now the Oilers win that draw. Was taken away now by the Panthers, and Seth Jones will backhand it just out of the reach, just out of the zone. Sam Reinhart now comes up the left side into the offensive zone with a wrist shot, and that one gets deflected wide of Skinner. Mikkola chips it up the left side, and that one is intercepted by Mikkola, who gives it off now to Reinhart. Reinhart back to Mikkola, wrist shot, and that one goes high and wide of Skinner, and he's able to be kept in by Reinhart in the offensive zone. Barkov can't control that puck, and Bouchard will slap that one all the way back, and the Panthers now will start a 22-second power play here. We'll see if they can do anything on it. Kulak, that one comes out of his reach. Ekblad over the left side now to Sam Bennett. Bennett holds, waits, feeds it over, and it deflected off of Jones's stick, and he'll have to keep it in. Good play there, as now Tkachuk has it behind the net. Tkachuk over the right side to Bennett. Bennett, right face off down. Right shot. That one is stopped. Backhand try by Ekblad. Goes high and misses the net. Panthers still with the puck, as that now will come out of the zone. Panthers power play is over. So did have one really good chance there in the waning seconds, but could not score. So the Panthers still lead at 1-0 here. They're now 1 for 2 on the power play, while the Oilers are 0 for 1. Solid hit there by Janmark on Ekblad behind the Panthers net. Bennett will bake it off the boards and out. Klingberg makes a nice feed to Janmark, left side there with a shot and a big-time save by Bobrovsky right on Trent Frederic. Oh, good little 2-on-1, a mini 2-on-1 there. Frederic with a point-blank shot, but a better save by the goaltender for the Panthers, Sergei Bobrovsky. Luosterainen and Podkolzing fighting along the boards. Panthers can't keep it in. They'll have to go back and regroup. Gustav Forsling will slap it back into the Oilers zone with 13.5 minutes remaining in this first period. 1-0 Florida. Marchand intercepts it in the offensive zone. Marchand feeds it Luosterainen. Backhand try, and another great save by Skinner. Dmitry Kulikov keeping it in for Florida. Now in the right corner, Luosterainen tries to feed it in front. Nobody home. Puck is bouncing, and the Panthers control it again. Now Luosterainen throws it in front, and that one's deflected just wide of Skinner. Luosterainen was in front there. Lundell made the pass. Top of the point, left side now to Reinhart. Nate Schmidt now with the puck. Schmidt coming in, feeds it, and that one is deflected wide. There was an opening there, but couldn't get it on net. Drysdale is going to get to it, and he'll feed it to Kasperi Kapanen, who's by himself, waiting for reinforcements. He'll backhand it into the left corner. Evander Kane gets there first, but it's taken away quickly by the Panthers, and they'll control. And Schmidt will dump it back in. McDavid almost was able to get around a defender there, but a good play by Schmidt. Now puck is loose. Here comes Evander Kane. Kane with a shot, and he scores! Evander Kane with a wrist shot beauty past the glove side of Bobrovsky, going bar down as well, and he ties this game up at 1. Beautiful goal there on the transition by the Oilers. They intercept it right at the blue line. They come right back into the zone, and Evander Kane is the one that gets the Oilers on the board and ties this game up. Beautiful shot there. Shooting far side on the glove side of Bobrovsky, and again, hit the far post and ended up banking in. Great shot. Has hit both posts, actually. Hit the far post and the short post as well. But a beautiful goal nonetheless, and a tying goal as well. Just read former Red Wings head coach Derek Lalonde. Yes, he is joining the Toronto Maple Leafs as an assistant under Craig Berube. So Lalonde was fired in the middle of the season last year by the Red Wings, but now gets himself an assistant coaching job with the Leafs. MC definitely not a fan of that. Evander Kane is not a fan of the tying goal by the Oilers. Evander Kane, his 6th goal of these playoffs. He's now up to 12 points on the playoffs as that shot by Gadjevich gets blocked on a good diving play there by Klingberg. And the Oilers dump it back out to center ice. Seth Jones over to Forsling, and Forsling will slap it into the Oilers zone again. For Hagee, feeds it now behind to Reinhart. That one gets deflected in front. Rebound try is stopped and covered off a shot from Barkov by Skinner, and we get our first stoppage in play. 11:31 to go in the opening period. Both teams have found the back of the net, and it's 1-1 here in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. I think I mentioned this in game number 1 as well, that, it's actually a good thing that, our channel and the stream is going pretty well when you're getting a lot of these like link bots that jump in the chat all the time. Just such a pain in the rear end, but at the same time, it's almost like you got to take it as a positive. But I do agree now, what a shot by Evander Kane there. Great shot. Pretty much as he found the small opening that Bobrovsky gave on that shot and was able to beat him. So again, already with some good action in this first period. Sam Bennett scoring a power play goal, 2:07 into this first period. And then just moments ago, Evander Kane on the rush is able to beat Bobrovsky to tie the game up at 1. And I think guys, I really do think we're in for yet another game in what has already been a fantastic series. Oh yeah, and in case you're wondering, drinking a little bit of that Liquid Death, which is just a water brand. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Liquid Death, which is and I'm drinking just the mountain still drinking water. And I got to be honest with you, like I really enjoy Liquid Death. I know really for the most part it's just regular water, but I'm a huge fan of drinking water and being as hydrated as possible, especially during these live streams. And I got to drink these as much as possible. I got to remember who actually made Liquid Death. It was a rapper. I'm actually blanking right now as to who made it. I'll have to look it up in the next stoppage of play. Never heard of it? Never heard of it, Danelle? It's kind of like, it's pretty much like everywhere now. I mean, it slowly got popular, I think like 2-3 years ago, but now it seems like a bigger water. Again, it's just water. They also have like mineral water, sparkling water, seltzer as well. All this is non-alcoholic, by the way. This is just straight up water. That's essentially what it is. Back to the action here as Nico Mikkola with a sharp angle shot that's fought off by the right leg pad of Skinner. Good pressure again here as Gadjevich. He gets hit. Good solid hit there. I believe that was Klingberg. Not entirely sure. Panthers keep it in. That shot is stopped. Rebound try is snuffed out by Skinner, and it's a pushing and shoving after the whistle. Victor Arvidsson and Jonathan Klingberg get assists on that goal by Evander Kane. Victor Arvidsson, who had a goal in game number 1, now has an assist here in game number 2. And we have a lot of pushing and shoving and a little bit of face wash here by both teams. Remember, these two teams played against one another in last year's finals. And these teams clearly now don't like each other. They went through 7 games last year, and this is already the 9th Stanley Cup Finals game that these teams have played against each other. And so there's going to be animosity. There's going to be pushing and shoving after the whistle, excuse me. It's to be expected. It's really to be expected at this point. And don't get me wrong, I like it. I Googled up who made Liquid Death. His name is Mike Cesario. I could have sworn that there was also a rapper that like partnered with the guy that made it. I don't remember. But if I'm wrong, I do apologize for that. Looks like Darnell Nurse is in the box, and so is someone for Florida. So we're going to skate 4 aside for the next 2 minutes with 11:11 to go in this first period. Again, game tied at 1. Sam Bennett with the goal for Florida. Evander Kane with the goal for Edmonton. Face-off will be at the dot right in front of the Oiler bench. Darnell Nurse gets 2 minutes for cross-checking, so that's the penalty on him. I got to see again who's in the box for Florida. It's actually Matthew Tkachuk who's in the box. He gets 2 minutes for slashing. Now the Panthers come in, Forsling with a shot that's deflected by Bouchard and out of play. Matthew Tkachuk is somebody that you really want to see get going here if you're Florida. And I mentioned it in game number 1 that I definitely think that whatever injury he sustained in the Four Nations face-off a couple months ago has been a lingering issue up until this point, and one of the reasons why he has been so quiet. Not only in these finals, but in a lot of these playoff games of late, especially in the last 2 rounds. Connor McDavid with space. He feeds it top of the point to Bouchard. Bouchard, toe drag shot that gets blocked. Follow-up try, and he scores! Evan Bouchard goes top shelf where Mama hides the cookies, and the Oilers have taken the lead with 10:41 to go in the first. Evan Bouchard, he took a toe drag shot that was blocked, and he got the puck right back on his stick on the forehand, and he roofed it past Bobrovsky. Beautiful shot there from the Oilers defenseman. And I think Connor McDavid is going to get the lone assist on that one. Barkov blocked the first shot, but he couldn't block the second. And Bouchard makes the Panthers pay. Beautiful, beautiful shot there. So already 3 goals in this period, and we're not even halfway through it. Still 10:41 to go in the opening period, but it's now 2-1. Panthers out shooting the Oilers 8-6, but the Oilers have scored on each of their last 2 shots on goal, and now have a 2-1 lead as Jake Wallman comes up with a drive, and that one is stopped by Bobrovsky. Got a piece of it, but it almost trickled past him. Lundell trying to get the puck back in the offensive zone for Hagee, backs him up. Feeds it off now to Seth Jones. Seth Jones, a deflected shot by Lundell, goes wide of Skinner. Lundell around the boards here to the right side where Jones will get to it, and he'll bank it the other way. Nico Mikkola with the puck. Mikkola with a shot that just goes wide of Skinner. And Verhaeghe is able to actually keep that puck in, but all he does is pass it back to Edmonton and no control. Klingberg, he'll flip it into the left corner of the Panthers zone. Seth Jones chips it up the boards and out. Now Victor Arvidsson, he'll flip it right back in on a dump and chase in the Panthers zone. Aaron Ekblad controls it now for Florida. Here comes Sam Bennett up the center of the ice. Connor McDavid and Leon Drysdale with the assists on Evan Bouchard's goal, the go-ahead goal, his 7th of the playoffs. So Leon Drysdale also continued to have a strong final. Remember, he had 2 goals, including the overtime game winner in game 1, and he gets an assist here as now the Oilers come in with a shot and a great save by Bobrovsky, and that puck goes out of play as Arvidsson was looking to get his 2nd of the finals, and we get a stoppage in play. 9:09 to go in the first period. Oilers just moments ago took the lead on a goal from Evan Bouchard. And I would assume, Danelle, that answers your question. So there you go. But again, I like the way that the Oilers are playing. They're feeding off of the crowd. They're putting that pressure on, and they're finding some openings on Sergei Bobrovsky here. You really, really got to like to see it if you're Edmonton. They're having more success on Bobrovsky than they did last year at some times. Now, granted, a good chunk of the games ended up being blowouts. So what's actually great about this series so far is that it's been close. Again, Game 1 went to overtime. Game 2, it's a 1-goal lead for the Oilers right now, and it's only the first period. So again, a lot of hockey left to play, but so far through 5 periods of this series, I've really enjoyed watching this, and I've enjoyed covering it for you guys and interacting with everybody in the chat. RJ giving me actually a baseball score update. First game of the biggest, one of the oldest rivalries in baseball, the Yankees against the Red Sox. Yankees putting on a clinic, an offensive clinic, already up 7-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning in that first game of that series. So Yankees definitely off to the start they want against their heated rivals. Again, 9:09 to go in this first period. Jackie Redmond of TNT talking to Paul Maurice. Panthers currently 8-3 on the road this postseason with a plus 24 goal differential. So they've really, really been very good on the road. But they did drop, like I mentioned before, they did drop game number 1 when they gave up 4 goals. They've already given up 2 here, just about 11 minutes into the first period of game 2. The Oilers have probably had more success at home against Florida than any team that the Panthers have faced in these playoffs, which is definitely saying a lot for sure. So we're back to action with the face-off to the right of Bobrovsky in the Florida zone. Face-off won cleanly by Edmonton as Wallman with it. Wallman tries to feed it to Drysdale. He'll get to it now behind the net. Drysdale waits, still with it now, top of the point, drive by Wallman, and that one goes right into the chest of Bobrovsky. And we'll get some pushing and shoving with Mikkola and Evander Kane after the whistle. Oilers now in front on the shots on goal. They're up 9-7. Nearly going. As they're showing Brad Marchand already in a lot of the pushing and shoving after the whistle several times, being the pest and rat that he is. I'm sure the Panthers like to see him get back on the scoreboard as well. He did have a power play goal in game number 1. He has 8 goals and 13 points through 21 games in the playoffs this year. Face-off 1, and off the face-off there, a nice soft shot that's turned away easily by Bobrovsky. That puck bounces up in the air where Kasperi Kapanen will dump it back in. But now here comes Seth Jones, banks it off the board. Luosterainen holds it now for Florida as they look to set up. Marchand behind the net. Brad Marchand now in the right corner. He tries to backhand it to Lundell, but it's taken away by Drysdale. And he gets it to Klingberg, who can't get it out. Panthers with some good pressure again. Nate Schmidt with it now. Feeds it over to Luosterainen. Gets over and a beautiful feed to Seth Jones. And he scores! Oh, what a feed from Eetu Luosterainen. And he feeds it over to Seth Jones, who buries it into the empty net. And we're tied again now at 2. Oh, my goodness. What a play there. That was just beautiful hockey by the Florida Panthers. Good pressure on the forecheck by Nate Schmidt. And he makes a beautiful move around a defender and then makes a beautiful feed to Luosterainen through 2 Oilers players. And then Luosterainen over to Seth Jones, who does not miss. And he buries it into the back of the net. Might have even hit the camera behind the net. But what a play there. What an overall play. Luosterainen and Nate Schmidt are going to get the assists. And Seth Jones gets the goal. And we're tied at 2 here with 8:23 to go. In this first period, Seth Jones, his 4th goal of these playoffs. It's Kulak with a shot that gets blocked in front. Puck is loose in the slot. And a good one-handed play there by Verhaeghe to get it out. So both goaltenders certainly not off to the start that they want. And we'll see if things can calm down for both of them here as this game progresses. Verhaeghe with a backhand try that's stopped by Skinner with 7:56 to go in this first. Getting a lot of goal calls here tonight, aren't I? That was, that's how I'm looking at it. And the way this game's going, I already feel like that we might be in for another overtime game. I'm going to assume, MC, and again, thank you for hanging out with us. I'm going to assume that you are a Panthers fan because you've been excited every time the Panthers have scored and upset every time the Oilers have scored. So the scoring chances are also even right now for both teams, 6 aside. Slap shot there through traffic goes wide as Skinner gets knocked down by Bennett, and he is slow to get up. Oh, this is not good. Oh, my. Stuart Skinner is leaning on his right side, and he is very slow to get up. As Connor Brown and Adam Henrique jawing at Matthew Tkachuk, as this is not good. This is not good here as Stuart Skinner, again, shaking up on that play. I think it was Sam Bennett that was in front there and made the contact. They didn't call a penalty on the original play. And Skinner looks like he's reaching behind his right leg right now. And we continue to have a lot of pushing and shoving here with the players on the ice. Ekblad and everybody getting involved. Trent Frederic's helmet's off. Tkachuk hit him in the face with his stick. It's a lot. But we got to see what happened here with Stuart Skinner. I'd like to see a replay in a moment. I'm sure that some form of penalties have been called. Probably on both teams. I think that's going to end up being the case. I've actually lost track at this point of how many penalties have been called. Trainer right now on one knee talking to Skinner, who has still yet to fully get up. He's still trying to figure it out. It's tough to tell. Here's the overhead replay as Bennett. I mean, to be fair, Bennett looks like he was pushed a little bit into Skinner by Matthias Ekholm. And it's really kind of hard to see what exactly Skinner's dealing with. I'm trying to see another replay here. He falls down in his right leg, calf area, just kind of turns a little awkwardly there. And I really hate to see that. As a former goaltender myself, any leg injury, anything below the belt is some of the worst feeling. Skinner does an awkward kind of split. And that's definitely whatever he's dealing with is definitely in that lower area. So it's actually a power play here for the Oilers, a 2-minute penalty against Sam Bennett for goalie interference. So the Oilers now set it up. Nugent Hopkins now to Bouchard. Bouchard right side now to McDavid. McDavid backhands it over to Drysdale. Drysdale drops it off now to McDavid. McDavid around a defender takes a shot that gets blocked, but Drysdale recovers here. Feeds over to McDavid left side. McDavid around a defender. Toe drag. Nice feed to Drysdale, and he scores! Oh my goodness, what a play! Oh, Connor McDavid with a toe drag, spin around a defender, and he makes a beautiful feed to Leon Draisaitl, who doesn't miss. And the Oilers again are back in front. It's now 3-2 Edmonton with 7:23 to go in the first. That was vintage Connor McDavid. Beautiful move around Barkov, toe drags past Ekblad, and makes a 1,000% perfect feed to his best friend and the German superstar, Leon Draisaitl, his third goal already of these finals. My goodness, what a play. And I think, by the way, Stuart Skinner is still in the game. They haven't shown who's in net since that call, but nonetheless, the Oilers make the Panthers pay, and they're back in front yet again. This has been a wild first period, ladies and gentlemen. Wild. And Skinner is still in there, so that is good. So a double positive for the Oilers is now the Panthers have it. Nate Schmidt with a shot that goes wide. Puck now over to the right side where Kulikov controls it here for Florida. Now Nosek along the boards. Adam Henrique is able to chip it out. Late offsides here against Florida as they dump it back in with 6:50 to go in this first period. We have now had 5 goals in this first 20 minutes of action, not even 20 minutes of action. The most recent one, a power play goal for Leon Draisaitl, his 3rd of these finals already, off of an amazing individual play by Connor McDavid. I know Connor McDavid is the best player in the world, but like seeing that, I mean, that was just disgusting. I mean, absolutely disgusting. What a play. Like Drysdale scored and he's the one that gets the goal, but all he had to do was stand there and wait for McDavid to make the moves that he made and then just bury it into the open net. What a play. What a play. And it gives the Oilers the lead here. 6:31 to go. Most postseason points per game, NHL all-time, minimum 75 games. Draisaitl's averaging 1.48. McDavid averaging 1.59. Mario Lemieux and the great one, Wayne Gretzky, are second and first on that list. I didn't see the numbers, but they are 2 and 1. So 3 Edmonton Oilers players in the top 4 there, which is very unsurprising when you think about it. Oilers bank it off the boards and out. It's Seth Jones, who has the most recent goal for Florida. And, we have a penalty. As Nico Mikola's going to the box. And it looks like the Oilers are going right back to the power play here. I think we're up to 10 penalties now, right? I think in total we are. As Nico Mikkola gets a 2-minute roughing call. So Matthew Tkachuk, who's still in there on the offsetting minors with Trent Frederick, is in the box, and now Nico Mikkola joins him. Got to see here what happened. Mikkola did come up a bit high on Kapanen when he tried to cross-check him after he dumped it out. So I guess that's what they called it. It's been crazy. And now we'll see if the Oilers can double their lead as they win the face-off and Bouchard with it. Over to Nugent Hopkins. Now to McDavid. McDavid with a sharp angle shot that's stopped and covered by Bobrovsky. Oilers power play continuing to be dangerous here in these finals. They've just coming off moments ago, taking the lead on the power play, and now they're looking for more. MC says it's now up to 9 penalties in the first period. That's insane. The refs are not screwing around today. They are calling anything at this point. Face-off will be to the right of Bobrovsky in the Panther zone. Oilers win that face-off cleanly. Bouchard controls it. Now to Nugent Hopkins. Hopkins. McDavid again. McDavid around a defender behind the net. Feeds it up to Bouchard at the right side. Left side now to Hopkins. Back to Bouchard. Now to McDavid on the right side. McDavid to Draisaitl. Draisaitl gets bumped off the puck and tries to make a pass to McDavid, but he's out of the play. And the late offsides here, and the Panthers are able to control the puck, and they'll kill some clock here. As Seth Jones will whack it back into the Oilers zone. Evan Bouchard has a goal tonight. So does Leon Draisaitl. 2 of the 3 goal scorers so far for the Oilers tonight are on the ice currently on this power play. McDavid tries to weave his way through, and he gets wrecked by Eetu Luostarinen, loses the puck, and the Panthers can't get it out. Draisaitl with it. Now to McDavid. McDavid is in the right corner. Top of the point now to Bouchard. Bouchard backhands it to McDavid. McDavid back to Bouchard. Bouchard right side now to Draisaitl. He's getting hounded. McDavid recovers. McDavid with it now. Feeds it in front. Good block. Draisaitl recovers to Bouchard. Drive. That one gets blocked. Follow-up try by Nugent Hopkins. Gets stopped by Bobrovsky. Feeds it in front there. Good save from Bobrovsky. Puck is loose again. We have a delayed penalty, and it's against the Oilers. It's a holding call against someone on Edmonton, and that'll do it for the Oilers power play as we'll skate 4-side for the next 33 seconds. Before the Panthers will get a power play, it's going to be Corey Perry that goes to the box. His 3rd penalty of these finals already. He had 2 in the first period of game 1, and now he gets 1 here in game number 2. But I think overall, another really strong power play for Edmonton. Couldn't cash in, and unfortunately ends a little bit early because of a hold there. And actually, I don't even know if that should have been a penalty on Edmonton. Oh, it isn't. Oh, I apologize. I had that completely wrong. Corey Perry drew the penalty. It's Seth Jones going to the box for Florida. My mistake. It is a 2-minute holding call against Seth Jones of the Panthers. And so now the Oilers will have a 5-on-3 for the next 33 seconds. Let's go on HH. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for hanging out with us. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already, people. Panthers win that faceoff and clear here. It's an abbreviated 5-on-3, and then the Oilers will have another 5-on-4 power play. McDavid up the right side. He'll have some space now. Gets it top of the point to Drysdale right side. Drysdale still with it. Top of the point to Bouchard. Now gets it to Nugent Hopkins. Nugent Hopkins to McDavid. McDavid waits. Right shot. And that one gets blocked away by Bobrovsky. Oilers keep it in. Now to McDavid in the slot. McDavid waits. Drysdale with a shot that gets blocked by Forsling. First power play is up, and that goes all the way back down into the zone where the Oilers will have to reset. So the 5-on-3 is up, but another minute 18 on the most recent penalty on Seth Jones. I don't know what's going on. A lot of undisciplined hockey, really, from both teams here so far in this one. Oilers come back into the zone looking to set up. Second power play unit on right now for Edmonton. Marchand trying to get it out. He cannot. Oilers trying to control, and finally Nate Schmidt's able to backhand it out. 3:40 and ticking to go in this first period. Oilers come back in. Adam Henrique gets over to Arvidsson. Victor Arvidsson banks it around the boards. Just out of the reach of Evander Kane. Klingberg keeps it in. Adam Henrique with the puck. Now over to Wallman. Right side of Klingberg. Back to Wallman, top of the point. Wrist shot. That's deflected. Redirected wide, but the Oilers keep it in. As now a drive from Wallman against that one is stopped, and the rebound try is whiffed by Evander Kane, and the Panthers are able to clear it to center ice. They'll come right back in. Oilers drop it off now. Wallman waits, tries to toe drag. Good stick play there from Nosek. Another shot just goes wide, and Luostarinen will come back the other way for Florida. He looks to wait for reinforcements. Drops to the Lundell. Lundell a toe drag, and that one's taken away by McDavid. Long feed just out of the reach of Drysdale. Power play is up for Edmonton. They're in the zone, though. Feeds it off to Nurse. Nurse with a shot. That one is stopped by Bobrovsky. And the Panthers now get it out, and they'll dump it out of the zone. End-to-end action here. The Oilers really putting on a clinic. A lot there on the power play with the amount of power plays they've had. Bobrovsky with a couple good saves to keep the deficit at 1 for now. Evan Rodriguez in the right corner back in the Florida zone. He's being hounded by Kulak. Trent Frederick now with it for a moment. Puck is still bouncing. Janmark throws it at the net, wide of Bobrovsky. Now Kulak has the top of the point. Kulak, left side now to Nurse. Nurse with a shot, and that one is deflected wide. And the Oilers have to retreat here as that puck came out of the zone. Control to here now again was Edmonton. Connor Brown drops it off to Frederick. That one's poke checked away. And Nate Schmidt will slow it up and control it for Florida. Mark almost takes that away. Puck at center ice here. Both teams having good trouble knocking it down, and finally the Oilers get to it. Arvidsson will slowly flip it out. Nate Schmidt, who had 2 assists in game 1, already has 2 tonight, so he is up to 4 points in these finals already. Nosek feeds in front to Gadjevich. That one is stopped. Puck is loose in the crease. Who gets to it? The Oilers touch it up, and we have another penalty. And this time, I think it's definitely on Edmonton. So that's now the 11th penalty called. It's going to be Bouchard going to the box this time. We get a stoppage play, a little over a minute to go in this first period. Oilers, a few minutes ago, scored on the power play, and now we're up 3-2 late in the first period. The Oilers, this finals has been so much fun to watch, guys. I have really enjoyed covering it and watching it along with you guys. This has been so much fun. This is only the 5th period of these finals, and we've had this much end-to-end action. And by the way, I will not be here for game number 3, but my good friend Jimmy Finizzi of the Blue Seats podcast, which covers the New York Rangers here on THPN, he will be live for game number 3 of the finals. And then game number 4 on, I believe that would be, if I have my time correct, that would be what? Wednesday, I think, of next week, because I'll have 2 days off from game number 2. That'll be Saturday and Sunday. Game 3 will be Monday. Yeah, next Wednesday, game number 4, my good buddy Grant, also here on THPN, he'll be live for game number 4. So I think the earliest you might get a chance to see me is game 5, if we do have a game 5, which I think is very likely that we will. But you never know, right? You never know. I'm really still just amazed by how much, excitement and action we've had here in this final already. Again, 4-3 in game number 1, and that was in overtime. We already have 5 goals in this first period alone. It's 3-2 Edmonton here. But now the Panthers will have a very late power play with a chance to perhaps maybe even tie it up at 3 before the first 20 minutes is up. Sam Bennett, he does have a goal, one of the 2 goals so far for Florida. He has 3, as mentioned before, 3 in these finals. Panthers win the faceoff here and control on the power play. Kachuk drops it to Ekblad. Ekblad back to Kachuk behind the net. Now to Ekblad again in the right corner. Ekblad now behind the net here. Aaron Ekblad gets it over, now top of the point. Feeds it right side to Seth Jones. Jones stops, looks to control it here. Seth Jones waits. Now over to Barkov. Barkov to Kachuk in the left corner. Back to Barkov, top of the point. Barkov, still with it now, creeps up the left faceoff dot. Banks it back to the top of the point to Seth Jones. Seth Jones waits. Wrist shot through traffic, gets blocked. Ekblad recovers here. 38 seconds to go in the first. Ekblad gets it now to Barkov. Drive by Seth Jones, and that one is saved by Skinner. Ekblad tries to keep it in for Florida. He cannot. And the Panthers will have to go back and retreat. 25 seconds to go in the first. Matthew Tkachuk back in. Drops off to Barkov. Barkov behind the net. Now to Tkachuk. Tkachuk feeds it to Ekblad. Ekblad back to Barkov. Drive. That one is stopped by Skinner. Barkov trying to keep it in. He does. Ekblad banks it now to Tkachuk. 5 seconds to go in the period. Puck is bouncing in the right corner. Seth Jones throws it to the side of the net. That one stopped by Skinner. And that will do it for the first period of play. And we have a lot of pushing and shoving again. Connor Brown, Mark and Wallman all ganging up on Matthew Tkachuk, who was standing in front of the net. As we have postseason history, highest scoring first period in a Stanley Cup final since the 2016 Stanley Cup finals. 5 goals in game number 5 of the first period between the San Jose Sharks and the Pittsburgh Penguins. Which, fun fact, on this day, exactly 9 years ago, myself and my dad were in San Jose for game number 4 of that 2016 Stanley Cup finals. So it's crazy how that's been almost a decade, but what an exciting, action-packed first period we had, as we had up to 22 minutes of penalty minutes, 11 different penalties, several power play goals, and with all that going through, when it's all said and done, it is 3-2 Edmonton after just 1 period of play. And you guys got to let me know your thoughts as well. This has been a crazy game so far, and we still have at least 40 minutes of action to go. And we'll talk about that. We'll kind of recap everything for you in just a little bit, as we'll take our first commercial break of the night.
Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time.
Boy, if you missed the first period of this game, shame on you, because you missed an absolute barn burner as we welcome you to the first intermission report of game number 2 of this year's Stanley Cup Finals. And after just 20 minutes of play, after 11 different penalties, several power play goals, it is 3-2 Edmonton after just one period of play. One. Goal scorers for Edmonton are Evander Kane, Evan Bouchard, Leon Drysdale, and the goal scorers for Florida are Sam Bennett and Seth Jones. And that is what you've missed. So much happened in that first period so much. It was just crazy. It was just crazy. I don't get I don't understand how both teams could be that undisciplined through that entire period. That was crazy, crazy, crazy. And you look at the Panthers, they got off to the start that they needed to. They scored the first goal, power play goal from Sam Bennett. And I felt like in that moment, I was like, okay, now Florida is going to prove that game one, they could be much better than that. Let's get it going. And they gave a goal off a turnover, let the Oilers tie it. Then they gave up another goal, and that made it 2-1. And, again, the Oilers just slowly started to find their game and put that pressure like they did in game one back on Florida. But then the Panthers tie it up. Great play. I mean, a fantastic play from Nate Schmidt to Eetu Luostarinen, then back to the other side to Seth Jones, who buries it into the open net to tie it at 2. And then a 2-minute penalty against Sam Bennett for goalie interference where Stuart Skinner was slow to get up and was dealing with something. Fortunately, he stayed in the game for Edmonton, but the Oilers did get a power play and they took advantage of it off of one of the most ridiculous individual moves that I've seen from a player in my life. And it came courtesy of Connor McDavid, who has 2 assists tonight in this game already, as he did a toe drag move. No, he made a nice little cut from his right to his left around, I think it was Aaron Ekblad, then toe dragged past another Florida player and fed it over to Drysdale, who one-timed it into the open net to give the Oilers the 3-2 lead that they have right now. And I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed. And again, I'm speaking like I've never watched Connor McDavid play hockey before, but it's crazy to me that he can make a move, 2 different moves like that with great succession and end up with a beautiful assist and setting up the go-ahead goal. It's just unbelievable. And for Leon Draisaitl, his 3rd goal already of these finals. And Sam Bennett also has 3 goals already in these finals. So both of those guys stepping up a lot on the score sheet. Tampa Bay Lightning have signed, I'm going to assume this is one of their prospects, Maxwell Crozier, to a 3-year contract at $2.325 million in total and $775,000 per year, or AAV. But that was a great performance there by Connor McDavid, and at times it just leaves you speechless at times. I mean, it's absolutely nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And again, 5 goals in that first period, and they showed it, and I mentioned it right before we went to commercial break. That is the highest scoring first period of a highest scoring period in general of a Stanley Cup Finals game since Game 5 of the 2016 Stanley Cup Finals between the San Jose Sharks and the Pittsburgh Penguins, where there were 5 goals scored in that one. The Sharks would go on to win that game, but then the Pittsburgh Penguins would ultimately win Game 6 and win the Stanley Cup in that next game. And they would go on to win 2 Stanley Cups back to back. Again, another update in the first game of the rivalry series between the Yankees and the Red Sox. Yankees now up 8-1 in the top of the 6th. So RJ giving us updates, whether it's hockey, baseball, or anything like that, which we appreciate it. And also, guys, make sure, again, if you're tuning in or if you've been tuning in, if you haven't already, leave a like on this stream down below, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you get notified every single time we go live here for the Stanley Cup Finals. And I mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again, and I'll probably mention it numerous times throughout the night. We will be back here live for game number 3 on Monday night when the series shifts to South Florida. My good friend, Jimmy Finizzi of the Blue Seats podcast, which covers the New York Rangers here on THPN, he will be live for game number 3 on this channel. And then game number 4 next Wednesday night, and we'll see where the series is at that point. Grant also here at THPN. He will be live for that one. So a lot of, it's not just going to be me, although obviously I do appreciate, you guys enjoying my commentary and hanging out with me. It won't just be me. We'll have a couple other voices throughout these finals, and hopefully the games that they cover are just as exciting as the first two, or only just the first 5 periods of these finals that I've had a chance to watch. I'm going to look back at the 2 score predictions that we put. So I said 3-2 Edmonton in this game. So for me to be right, I got to hope that no goals are scored for the next 40 minutes and it remains what it is right now. Although I think it's very unlikely with how this game's going. MC had the Panthers winning 4-3. So that's still in play, obviously. That's still very much in play. And Gaza's prediction, while he does have the score right, at least for now, he does have the Panthers winning tonight. So looks like his score prediction is just about done so for the night. But nonetheless, I do appreciate everybody giving their score predictions and also just interacting with me in the chat. All right, we're going to step aside one more time. And when we come back, we will have the second period here of game number 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals.
Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy.
And welcome back here as we're just about ready to get underway in the second period of game number 2 here at the Stanley Cup Finals. Again, if you're just tuning in, you've missed so much as we had 5 goals in that first period with the Oilers currently up 3-2 here. Panthers are starting the period with 30 seconds to go on their most recent power play as they look to try to get the early goal to tie this game up yet again, as we've been tied several times already as Ekblad tries to control it. Oilers try to bank it out. They can't. Seth Jones now over to Barkov. Barkov backhands it back to Seth Jones. Now it's behind to the right corner to Tkachuk. Now to Barkov. Barkov now to Seth Jones. Back to Barkov right side. Now to Tkachuk. Feeds it over. Ekblad tries to keep it in. Power play is up. Oilers come the other way. 2-on-1. Bouchard waits. Shot. That one is stopped by Bobrovsky. Puck is loose and he makes the save again. We get a whistle and pushing and shoving once again after the whistle. Whistle unsurprisingly. Woo. So the Panthers cannot score on that power play. They give up a 2-on-1 as the power play came to an end with Bouchard coming in. Bouchard makes a really good shot. Good save of Bobrovsky, and as he tried to reach down to cover it, somebody on the Oilers, I think that might have been Trent. No, it was Connor Brown who actually knocked down Bobrovsky, and that's what started the whole melee after the whistle. So we're just 50 seconds in. Evan Bouchard, not only with a goal, has 3 points already tonight. He has 2 assists, so he has been involved on the score sheet in all 3 goals so far for Edmonton. RJ giving us kind of an update and really just kind of showing us where the next couple of games are going to be. So actually we'll have another 2 days off after game number 3. So game 4 will be Thursday night and not Wednesday night. Interesting. And they're showing the rest of the games. Thank you so much, RJ. Do appreciate it. Also, Tom Rafferty, an offensive lineman who won a Super Bowl and played with 2 Pro Hall of Fame quarterbacks in Roger Staubach and Troy Aikman over 14 seasons with the Dallas Cowboys, has unfortunately passed away at the age of 70. That's pretty impressive that he won 2 different Super Bowls with 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks of nearly like 20 years apart. That's pretty remarkable that he played for that long. But rest in peace to Tom Rafferty, and thoughts and prayers out to his family. Evan Bouchard up now to 20 goals and 79 points in his career in the playoffs with the 3 points so far tonight. Ekholm, left top of the point. Over now to Wallman. And that puck goes all the way around to the other side. Oilers can't keep it in. They'll have to go back and reset. Connor McDavid, now up to Drysdale, who'll bank it off now to Corey Perry. Perry tries to feed it to, I believe that was McDavid. It got broken up. Oilers keep it in though. McDavid, now to Perry. And that one's taken away by Sam Bennett. And now Bennett will come the other way with some speed. He comes up the left side, drops it off now to Gadjevich. That shot. And that one just goes wide of Skinner. Oilers look to try to come the other way. They might have a 2-on-1. Evander Kane drops to McDavid. McDavid feed over, shot! And that one is somehow stopped by Bobrovsky. Oh, what a big-time save there on a little bit of a 2-on-1 for the Oilers as they nearly were able to double the lead, but Bobrovsky comes up with a big-time save to keep the deficit at 1. He's made a couple of good saves since giving up that last goal. What a play there as Evan Bouchard was looking for his second goal of the night already, but he gets denied by Bobrovsky. What a save by the right shoulder of Bobrovsky on that one. So we've had some great plays, some great goals, and now some great saves. I mean, it just continues to be a fantastic game number 2. Bouchard, very pissed off there as he thought for sure he was going to find the back of the net. That would have been his 4th point already of this game. Unbelievable. Face-off here will be to the right of Bobrovsky in the Florida zone. Oilers win the face-off here as Kulak drops it now to Nurse. Nurse throws it in front, deflected, and a good save by Bobrovsky there through traffic. Puck in the left corner here, and now the Panthers try to get it out. They cannot. As now Frederick up to Janmark. Now one's taken away by Nate Schmidt. Tries to bank it out. He can't. Oilers keep it in again. Kulak bumps it around the boards. Connor Brown lets it go. Adam Henry tried to control it, but it's taken away by Florida. And now Marchand gets up to Lundell into the Edmonton zone. Skinner plays it to the left corner. It's taken away by Florida. Luosterainen gets the top of the point. To Mikkola, now to Kulikov. Kulikov with a shot, and that one is gloved by Skinner. And we'll get a stop here with 17:04 to go in this second period. I know that to be fair, that last shot by Kulikov, that was going nowhere towards the net. But Skinner, just to be safe, makes the glove save regardless. Shots on goal, 17-11 currently in favor of the Oilers here, and they have the 3-2 lead currently in this second period. Face-off won by the Oilers in their own zone, and Wallman will flip it out. Kasperi Kapanen coming the other way. He waits for reinforcements, feeds it off now. Shot there by Drysdale, stopped by Bobrovsky. Feeds it in front there on the slot. That shot gets blocked. Turnaround shot by Kane, get blocked it well. And now the Panthers are able to chip it out. Boquist now up to Tomas Nosek. Nosek with it now. Nosek takes a shot. That one's easily sticked aside by Skinner. Puck left side now, and Kapanen whacks it out. Evander Kane scored the first goal of the night for the Oilers that tied it up at 1 back in the first. He also has 3 hits as well. He led all skaters in game number 1 with hits with 9. Barkov takes a shot, but his stick's lifted by Arvidsson. Puck behind the Oilers' net. Both teams fighting along with it. Ekblad now gets to it at the top of the point. Feeds it off now to Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe tried to feed it in the slot. It gets broken up. It's recontrolled here. Ekblad backhands it now to behind the net. Barkov now to Reinhart. Reinhart drive there, and that shot goes wide of Skinner off the backboard to the other side. Oilers can't get it out. Reinhart keeps it in for Florida. Reinhart feeds it in front, nobody home. And again, the Panthers can't get to it. Reinhart shot. That one gets stopped. Puck is loose. It's still loose in the crease, and the Oilers are able to control his Janmark. He loses the puck now. Verhaeghe gets it now top of the point to Ekblad. Back to Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe to Tkachuk. Tkachuk with it. Now to the top of the point to Ekblad. Over to Forsling. Shot. That one redirected, but it's stopped by Skinner. Some good pressure here from Florida, but Forsling can't keep it in, and he'll have to just quickly dump it out, and we get a delay. We get an offsides call here against Verhaeghe with 15:16 to go in this second period, and Corey Perry and Ekblad with a little hugging it out here in front of the Oiler bench. Couple of good chances there for Florida, but couldn't get enough of it past Skinner as they look to try to tie this game. Showing us some replays here. Just not the best clearance a couple of times from Edmonton. As Reinhart almost had a good shot in the slot, but then Reinhart got it immediately after that. And I don't know, with that much time in the slot, I'm surprised that you didn't get a better shot on goal. Just a little under 5 minutes into the second period, Edmonton with the 3-2 lead. Leon Drysdale currently with the most recent goal on a power play back in the first. Face-off at the dot right in front of the Panthers bench. That's won by Florida. Seth Jones gets to it. He'll dump it in. Skinner gets there first. Banks it off the boards. Seth Jones keeps it in for Florida. Evan Rodriguez along with Kulak. Kulak dumps it over to Bouchard, who will flip it out of the zone. Matthew Tkachuk drops it off now to Sam Bennett. Bennett stops, waits, tries to make a pass, gets broken up by Bouchard. McDavid tries to chip it out. He's able to get to it to Corey Perry. Now up to Ekholm, who will just slap it in. That gets blocked before it gets dumped in. Off the boards. Now an opportunity for Sam Bennett. He stops. He gets knocked down clean by Bouchard. Bouchard ships up to Nugent Hopkins. It's taken away now by Kulikov. Kulikov with a shot, and that one is gloved and covered by Skinner. And then Bouchard and Tkachuk with some pleasantries after the whistle. Rodriguez as well in the mix with Nugent Hopkins with 14:28 to go in the second. continues. It literally, after every single stoppage, after every single whistle, guys are just jumping on top of each other, pushing and shoving, giving a little love and everything. Paul Maurice shaking his head on the bench. Definitely not thrilled with the way that first period went, not only on the scoreboard, but with the amount of penalties. There were 11 total between the two teams in that first. Just a lot of undisciplined hockey, and we'll see if both teams have made some corrections here in this second period. So far, so good, but still a lot of time for things to change. Face off to the right, to the left of Stuart Skinner in the Edmonton zone. It's won by Florida here as Luostarinen in the right corner. Get to the Lundell and a turnaround shot sticked away by Skinner. Nate Schmidt fighting along with Connor Brown. And now Darnell Nurse, he can't get it out, feeds it now to the shot there by Lundell, is stopped by Skinner as well. That one right in the slot on a turnover. Panthers can't keep it in. It comes out of the zone. Kulikov will get to it and he'll dump it back in. Now puck again is loose, but Kulak chips up to Adam Henrique, taken away by Luostarinen. Luostarinen fighting along with Kulak. Now Marchand off the net, and now on the right side. Luostarinen intercepts it. Feeds it Lundell. Now just out of the reach, but Schmidt recovers for Florida. Nate Schmidt back into Luostarinen. Luostarinen tries to flip it back to Schmidt. It's taken away by Nurse. And he gets it up now to Kulak, who will control it easily for Edmonton. Connor Brown dumps it into the left corner in the Florida zone. Ekblad up the boards now to Nosek and gets it out. But Evander Kane will flip it now over to Bouchard. Now up to Wallman. Wallman flips it to the right side. Drysdale gets there first for Edmonton. Good hit there by Forsley to knock him off the puck. And another good hit there. That's this time by Kapanen on Nosek. Physicality has picked up a bunch here in this second period. Hits currently 16-13 in favor of Edmonton. Ekblad behind the net with the puck. Gets around Evander Kane and flips it up now to Forsling. Now Bouchard will control it. Evander Kane to Ekholm, and Ekholm will flip it back into the Florida zone. Forsling backhands it off the boards. Can't get it out. Puck is bouncing in the Florida zone. Take it away there. That shot just goes wide of Bobrovsky from Corey Perry. Try to surprise him there. That one's broken up. Now the Panthers come the other way, 2-on-3. Verhaeghe tries to feed it to Barkov, and he couldn't get enough on it. Verhaeghe gets it back. Feeds in the slot to Reinhart. Reinhart, shot. That one gets blocked to the left side. Mikkola, left corner now. Stops on a dime. Gets it back left side. Backhands it up to Seth Jones in the left corner. Jones around the net. Back over to the right side. Seth Jones still with it. Loses the puck. Almost a 2-on-1 the other way, but Seth Jones recovers. Gets to the Mikkola, who will dump it back into the Edmonton zone. Verhaeghe now feeds it over. Shot there is stopped by Skinner from Tkachuk. Panthers still with it now. Seth Jones to Verhaeghe in the right side. Verhaeghe gets it top of the point. Kulikov, shot, and they score! Dmitry Kulikov threw a screen, and the Panthers have tied this game up at 3 with 11:37 to go in this second period. Beautiful, beautiful shot there. It had to be as beautiful as it was in order to get past Skinner, but a good screenplay there by Matthew Tkachuk, and I think also Verhaeghe as well, standing in front of the net. See again here on the replay. Just a good, actually, I'll give it full credit to Matthew Tkachuk standing right in front of Stuart Skinner. We'll see again on the replay. Yes, Skinner, actually, he did get a piece of it. It hit off the post, but went into the net, fortunately for Florida. But Tkachuk with enough of a body in front where Skinner just couldn't see it. And Dmitry Kulikov gets himself a goal and ties this game up. So we are once again tied. We've been tied at 1. Tied at 2, and now tied at 3. What a game we've had. But Dmitry Kulikov with that goal. Shots now 18-16 in favor of Edmonton. But what matters is the score. It's now 3-3. 11 and a half minutes remaining in this second period. Now Lundell right back in the offensive zone here with Florida. Marchand tried to feed it in front. Nate Schmidt recovers. Marchand around the boards to the right side to the aforementioned Kulikov. Now Marchand gets it over. Seth Jones in for Hagee with assists on that Dmitry Kulikov goal. Just his second of these playoffs. Seth Jones with his second point of the night. Had a goal back in the first and now gets an assist. Both teams' defensemen are just very, very active offensively, which is great to see to get that depth scoring. Gadjevich off the boards into the Edmonton zone, and I think that deflected off something, but it went out of play. And we'll get our first stoppage of play in this second period with 10:47 to go in this second period as the Panthers just tied it up moments ago on just the second goal of these playoffs from defenseman Dmitry Kulikov off the post and in. Need a little luck here to get some goals, and the Panthers got it, and we are tied at 3. I feel very fortunate. I feel very fortunate that we had a really exciting game number 1. It went to overtime. Oilers won it. And now, scoring-wise, things have picked up just about as much as we had in game number 1 with the score tied currently at 3-3. And we're only about halfway through this game. I mean, we still have a lot of time left to go. And I'm very fortunate that I've been able to sit here and call this game because this has been so much fun. And again, thank you to everybody who's hanging out with me tonight. Really do appreciate it. Again, if you haven't already, leave a like on this stream. Subscribe to the THPN channel, and don't forget to hit that notification bell as well so you get notified every time we go live here on this network, not just here during the Stanley Cup Finals, but also for next year when we're doing NHL games. We're going to try to do PWHL as well. And also, we got the Olympics next year, which is going to be an absolute blast. So excited. And you don't want to miss out on the action all year long here on the Hockey Podcast Network YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button. We are currently on the verge of we are less than 200 subscribers away from 6,000 here on YouTube. So again, like and subscribe and share this with your family and friends and get them to subscribe as well. Would mean a lot to me and everybody here at THPN. Dmitry Kulikov again moments ago scoring the game-tying goal, which ties this game up for already the 3rd time tonight. His goal is just his second of these playoffs. As we're just watching a play here that actually set up that goal where Barkov was able to lift the stick of Ekholm to keep the puck in, which led to moments ago. And actually, now that I just saw another replay, that goal by Kulikov, it didn't hit the post. It hit Bouchard and redirected in. So again, a lucky play for Florida, but it counts all the same to tie this game up as now Seth Jones with a shot that gets blocked and gets out of play. Panthers D-men have now combined for 5 points tonight. So again, talking about not just for Florida, but also for the Oilers, just how active their defensemen are in terms of just getting on the score sheet. Just saw a couple seconds ago, Mikkola getting rocked in front of the Panther bench by Kasperi Kapanen. I think the biggest thing that I'm happy about in this period is the fact that we so far, knock on wood, we haven't had a penalty called. I think things needed to be settled down after 11 penalties combined called in that first period. Face-off will be to the left of Stewart Skinner in the Edmonton zone here. Face-off won by Edmonton, where Trent Frederick will control it. Gets up to Arvidsson. Bank it out of the zone. And now up to Matthew Tkachuk. Tries to make a play. It's intercepted here by Wallman. Gets around Tkachuk. Wallman comes to the zone. Stops. Backhands it to behind the net. Frederick gets there first. Tried to feed it in front. It gets deflected away. Matthew Tkachuk up to Evan Rodriguez. And Rodriguez will just bank it off the boards and into the Edmonton zone as both teams make a little bit of a change. Puck now behind the net where Wallman will control it here for Edmonton. Connor Brown, he dumps it in to the Florida zone. Bobrovsky will touch it up and leave it for Mikkola. Seth Jones with some space, gets it up now to Mikkola left side. Mikkola comes in. Mikkola tried to feed it to a streaking Verhaeghe just out of his reach, and then they both collide. That shot there by Jones gets blocked. Now the Oilers get to it, and they'll dump it back into the Florida zone. McDavid behind the net. McDavid with it. Gets in that Ekholm, fakes the slap shot. Right side out of Bouchard. Drive, and that one gets blocked in front. Corey Perry retrieves it now for Edmonton. McDavid gets knocked down, fighting along with Luosterainen, and it's actually a delayed penalty, and it is going to be a penalty against Luosterainen of the Panthers. So I speak it into existence, guys. I was saying that I was hoping we didn't get a penalty in this period, and we are going to get one. It's going to be E2 Luosterainen going to the box for Florida. And so with the game tied now at 3, the Oilers will go back to a very dangerous power play with a chance to regain the lead yet again with about just a little over 8 minutes to go in this second period of Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. So RJ putting out some news here. Schools are now free to begin paying their athletes directly, marking the dawn of a new era in college sports brought about by a multi-billion-dollar legal settlement that was formally approved Friday. Interesting. So now the school, instead of these companies that give like name, image, and likeness money to the school to then be given to these athletes, now the schools who are obviously making, all this money can just directly pay these athletes. So kind of a big deal. Big deal as we continue to, as RJ's mentioning here, into that new age of college sports, not just in college football, although that seems to be the biggest one, but with college basketball and a multitude of other college sports out there. Another update in that Yankees-Red Sox game. Yankees got a run, but the Red Sox added 3. It is 9-4 Yankees in the top of the 7th. So the Yankees gave up a few runs and tried to make it a little interesting, but they still have a pretty firm lead here as they are looking to get the last 9 outs and try to get a good win to start off that series, their first series of the year against their rivals, the Red Sox. So TNT flips back, right? And there are these 5 guys that all have their shirts kind of half up. You see their stomachs, and it spells out the word happy. So I'm not sure, maybe a happy birthday. I don't know what I'm looking at, but it just says happy, which is really funny. But big power play coming up here as we're just about ready to get started with it. Off a 2-minute, I'm going to assume it was a boarding call against Luosterainen with 8:54 to go in the second. Oilers win that faceoff cleanly. They're 1 for 4 in the power play as Bouchard with a shot that goes wide. Sharp angle shot, but Bobrovsky gets knocked down. We'll see if there's a delayed penalty here. It's actually a hooking call against Nico Mikkola. Bobrovsky a little slow to get up, shakes his head a little bit, seems to be okay. No penalty calls. We play on. Ekblad intercepts that. It hits off a broken stick. Nosek comes into the zone, has a little space. Tomas Nosek now to Luosterainen. Excuse me. I think it might have been Lundell that went to the box. Unless I'm seeing that. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. Yeah, so Luosterainen is actually in. So I'm apologizing for that. So Lundell is the one that's in the box, right? Do I have that right? I'm watching the game, people, and I'm losing my marbles. But no, it was Mikkola, so I had it wrong. Mikkola missed it. And that one's blocked here. Now a breakaway chance for the Panthers. Marchand comes in, shot, and he scores! Brad Marchand, short-handed. He buries it through the legs of Stuart Skinner on a breakaway, and the Panthers have taken the lead back. It's 4-3 with 7:51 to go in the second. This game is on drugs. Absolute every drug you can think of. As Brad Marchand going 5-hole on Stuart Skinner. Lundell blocked a pass, then a great backhand feed from him to Brad Marchand, and the veteran, the pest, Brad Marchand, gets the Panthers the lead back. His second goal of these finals. It comes with 56 seconds to go on the Oiler power play. That was a big goal. Sixth goal of the postseason in total for Marchand, as mentioned just moments ago. His second goal of these finals. This is nuts, man. 7 goals. So we are at 4-3, which was the score of game number 1. It was 4-3. Edmonton in overtime was the final score. And there's still 7.5 minutes to go in the second and another 20 minutes at least in the third. So I think there's more goals coming, especially with the way this game's going. And that's dumped back into the zone. Stuart Skinner touches it up. Brad Marchand with the short-handed goal, assisted by Anton Lundell. So the Oilers dump it back in, trying to set something up here on a discombobulated power play. Kulikov tries to whack it out, gets it to Nosek, who will clear it. And that looks like it'll pretty much do it for the Oilers power play. So they are now 1 for 5 on the night. Big hit there by Marchand on, I think that was Arvidsson. Now they come back in. Tomas Nosek makes it on the boards. Where Ekholm one-hands it up now to Connor Brown. And Brown gets the Wallman, who will control it here. 6:40 and ticking to go in this second period. I really wish this would update itself and stop saying Panthers scored, because it's still 4-3. No goal has happened recently. I'm actually going to change. I'm going to refresh, and hopefully that fixes it. It did. Wonderful. Just want to not confuse anybody. Puck back in the Edmonton zone here. McDavid around the boards. Ekblad gets to it first. Tries to get it the other way, but Klingberg and now Evan Rodriguez fighting along here. Puck comes out of the zone. It goes back where Florida will control it first, and Forcing will bank it off the boards. Rodriguez coming in. Has some space. Rodriguez shot. That gets blocked, and he gets annihilated. And now the Oilers look to try to come the other way. Janmark tries to drop it off. It gets broken up. Now to the left corner where Bennett will chip it up the boards. Panthers coming back. Here they come. Mikkola drops it off now to Marchand. Marchand with a shot. That would have stopped. Puck is loose. Still scramble in the crease. That puck is still loose. Another try there gets blocked. Puck is now behind the net. Marchand has set Jones. Jones shot. That one just wide of Skinner. Mikkola shot there, gets blocked, and the Oilers are finally able to get it out. Oh, absolute chaos right in front of Skinner. But the Panthers can't convert. Feeds it out. Marchand shot again blocked. Seth Jones. Now to Barkov. That shot there gets stopped. Puck again loose in the crease. Boquist now with it. Drops it up now to Barkov. Lundell, now to Kulikov, shot, and a good stick pad save there by Skinner. Lundell around the boards to the other side. Kulikov keeping it in again. Vander Kane tries to clear, and he finally does. No icing here. Nate Schmidt will get back and play for Florida. Kulikov, now up to Verhaeghe, coming up the right side, and he'll dump it back into the Oilers zone. Barkov, Verhaeghe. Tried to play it around, but Drysdale intercepts it. Take it away right again from Verhaeghe. Now to Reinhart. Now to Ekblad. Ekblad shot just wide of Skinner. Another opportunity on a turnaround shot. That one is stopped and covered by Skinner. I'm going to stop here. 4:13 to go in this second period. The Panthers with both goals in this period, and the most recent one that gives the Panthers a lead back. A shorthanded breakaway goal by Brad Marchand. This is crazy, guys. I'm having an absolute blast doing this game. It's been phenomenal. Phenomenal. MC, unsurprisingly pumped up that the Panthers are back in front. Breaking news today, Colorado Avalanche forward Logan O'Connor underwent successful hip surgery here on Friday, and it's expected to miss 5 to 6 months, the team announced. So he will be out until, I would assume, to be early to mid probably mid-November to early December of next year. So he won't even be ready for next season to get underway. So that's unfortunate for the Avalanche and for Logan O'Connor. Wish him all the best in his recovery and hope he can get back and be fully healthy to help that Avalanche team next year. MC says, I hate Marchand, so this is the only time I'm celebrating him scoring. So I'm trying to, so MC, again, are you a Panthers fan or no? Or are you just cheering for the Panthers tonight because you don't want the Oilers to win? I just want to know, like, who you're a fan of, just out of curiosity. But this has been just a tremendous, tremendous period. Oh, okay, cool. You're a Canucks fan. All right, nice. We actually have another Canucks fan. I don't know if he's still in here, Connor. Connor, if you're still in here, you should know that you have a fellow Canuckian. That's probably not a term at all, whatever I just said. A fellow Canucks fan in the chat. Understandably, you hate the Oilers. Totally get it. Totally 1,000% get it. But I understand now even more why you want the Panthers to win. And the Panthers are currently up 4-3 with just a little over 4 minutes to go in this second period. Brad Marchand just gave the Panthers the lead a little over 2 minutes ago on a shorthanded breakaway goal. And that's where we are right now. Barkov shot. That's patted away by Skinner. Connor Brown whacks it out. Barkov plays it back to Seth Jones. Now up to Reinhart. Verhaeghe backhands it to behind the net. Connor Brown loses the puck and is taken away by Verhaeghe again. Verhaeghe tries to play to Seth Jones, who knocks down Evander Kane from behind. No penalty. Puck behind the net. Almost dangerous now. Jones to Forsling. That one gets blocked, and the Oilers flip it out, and that's going to be enough for an icing here. Back. So the faceoff will be back in the Edmonton zone. 3:23 to go in the second period. And again, as mentioned before, Colorado Avalanche forward Logan O'Connor underwent successful hip surgery earlier today, and the Avalanche announced that he will be out for the next 5 to 6 months. That's between November and December when he could make the earliest return. And again, we do wish nothing but the best for O'Connor in his recovery. Faceoff won cleanly by Edmonton in their own zone, but they can't get it out. It's Tkachuk fighting along with Nurse. Brad Marchand, that was his third career shorthanded goal. Playoff shorthanded goal, excuse me. Forsling over to the other side to Ekblad. 3 minutes to go in this second period. Skinner back behind his own net. Backhanded over now to Bouchard. Now to McDavid. McDavid comes up the center of the ice with some speed. Drops off to Drysdale. Drysdale now over to Corey Perry. Perry top of the point now to Ekholm. Now to Drysdale with a shot. And that one's gloved easily by Bobrovsky, and we'll get a face-off. Again, mentioned Game 3 of this series will be Monday night in Florida, 8 p.m. Eastern start time. And as was corrected by RJ earlier, Game 4 of this series will be on Thursday, June 12th, next Thursday. Game 5, June 14th, next Saturday if necessary. And then Game 6, as they showed, will be on Monday, the 16th of June. Again, all those beyond Game 4 are if necessary. Face off to the left of Bobrovsky. Scoring chances this period, Florida 10-1 is leading in that category, 10-1 in the last 14 minutes. They have really, really stepped up their play here. This is the best of these finals that I've seen. This is the best period that the Panthers have had in these finals. Again, it's only the second period of Game 2. Now the Oilers come in. Might have a 2-on-1. McDavid waits. Shot. That one is stopped. Rebound try. Puck is loose in the crease. Still loose. Mikkola falls on it. And now Lundell will get to it in the left corner for Florida. Oh, that could have been a disaster for the Panthers. Now they come the other way. 2-on-1. Marchand shot. That one is stopped by Skinner. And we get a face-off. Woo! Again, end-to-end action. Both teams with a 2-on-1, a broken down play defensively, but both goaltenders make big-time saves. So we nearly had it tied at 4. And then the Panthers nearly doubled it. And we have a penalty here against Corey Perry. It's a cross check. So now a penalty will be called on him. Great spin move play by McDavid around Lundell. McDavid faked the pass to Perry, then looked for the 5-hole shot, but Bobrovsky made the save. And then it was a mad scramble in the crease. And the puck eventually came loose to where Mikkola was basically sitting on it. Bouchard with a little whack on loose to right in after he tried to touch the play. And actually, I think the penalty is on Bouchard. Yeah, so it's M. Bouchard. So again, Corey Perry complaining about the call. It's not on him. It's a 2-minute cross check against Bouchard. So once again, Corey Perry avoids getting a penalty call on him. But a power play here for Florida with 2:04 to go in the second. So this will last the majority of the rest of the second period, unless the Panthers score on it. Darnell Nurse banks it around the boards where Seth Jones intercepts it. Panthers 1 for 3 on the power play with 5 shots. Ekblad over now to Tkachuk, right side to Seth Jones. Jones backhands it back over to Tkachuk. Tkachuk, wrist shot, and that one just wide of Skinner. Ekblad fighting along there with Nugent Hopkins. Panthers trying to control it here. Kulak, that puck gets intercepted by the Oilers and they'll clear it. Seth Jones goes back and resets here for Florida. Reinhart dumps it around the boards, goes to the left side. Tkachuk now controls it for Florida. Over to Barkov. Sasha Barkov. Now to Seth Jones. Jones in the left corner. Don't really know what he was doing there. Loses the puck. Ekholm and Tkachuk fighting along there. Puck is still loose. Panthers now will have some space to control it. 55 seconds to go on the power play. Reinhart banks it off the boards back to Jones. Now to Barkov on the right side. Gets a Tkachuk. Feeds it in front to Verhaeghe. Gets broken up. And we have a delayed penalty, and it's going to be against, is it against Edmonton? There's Ekholm and Tkachuk pushing along the boards. Actually, I think this might be against the Panthers. It's a hooking call nonetheless. Yeah, I think it is. It's going to be Carter Verhaeghe who hooked Janmark right in the slot. So the power play for Florida will end abruptly here, and we will skate 4 aside for 44 seconds. We have 48.4 to go in this second period. It was unfortunately not against Edmonton. I understand. So it's a 2-minute hooking call against Carter Verhaeghe. And again, we will skate 4 aside for 44 seconds. And then the Oilers will have an abbreviated power play. Forsling gets to it for Florida back in his own zone, and he'll control. 40 seconds to go in the second period. Forsling still with it now into the zone, takes a shot wide of Skinner. Brad Marchand keeps it in for Florida. Marchand still with it, just out of the reach of Forsling. Forsling, sled shot, and that one is stopped by Skinner. If Marchand had connected there before, like moments right before with Forsling, he would have had a lot of open space in the slot. 26.2 to go in this second. 44 seconds to go on the 4-on-4. Panthers up 4-3. They have both goals in this period. Dmitry Kulikov and then Brad Marchand shorthanded is the difference in this period. Face-off one. Well, it looked like it was won by Edmonton, but a false start. So we'll do it again. Face-off to the right of Stuart Skinner in the Edmonton zone. Shots on goal 26-22 in favor of Florida right now. Face-off won by Florida. Luosterainen gets it now, top of the point to Forsling. Right side on to Mikkola. Mikkola banks off the boards, puck's behind the net now. 15 seconds to go in the period. Both teams pushing and shoving behind the net. Puck is still loose. Nobody seems to control it, and finally Klingberg gets to it for a moment, and he chips up the boards. Panthers are able to just keep it in. Power play is up. More 4-on-4 is up now, and that also will do it for the second period of play. Not without, again, some pushing and shoving between Klingberg and Luosterainen. But that will do it for the second period of play. So the Panthers come out in this next 20, and they play a very good period. They get both goals, including the go-ahead one. Again, Dmitry Kulikov tied it up. And then Brad Marchand scored shorthanded on a breakaway to give the Panthers the 4-3 lead going into the third. The Oilers will have a minute 14 of a power play to start the third period. And again, guys, this has been one hell of a game two here of this final. You thought game one was great. Game two has been even better. And it just seems like this final continues to get more and more exciting. And we'll see what these two teams have in store for us in the third period. But we will step aside for a little bit. Then we will recap what we missed and get ourselves ready for the third period. But we will step aside for another commercial break.
Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time.
And welcome everybody here to our quick second intermission report of our Stanley Cup Finals game number 2. And again, the action just continues to pick up, guys. It was 3-2 Edmonton going into this second period. And now, after 2 periods of play, the Florida Panthers now have the 4-3 lead thanks to the tying goal from Dmitry Kulikov. And then Brad Marchand, minutes later, on a shorthanded breakaway, is the one that scores his 3rd career shorthanded playoff goal. And that's where we are after 40 minutes of play. And again, like I said, I feel that that was the best period the Panthers have played so far in these finals. And they have the lead, and rightfully so. They've taken advantage of the opportunities that Edmonton's given them. And Bobrovsky doing much better in that second period, making some big-time saves, including a 2-on-1 with Connor McDavid, and he stops him dead in his tracks. Just really, really good. So overall, really good period. If you're Edmonton, look, got to be better, especially on the power play. 1 for 5 is not getting it done. I recognize also that the Panthers are 1 for 4, but at the same time, when you've had this many opportunities on the power play and you're not scoring, eventually it's going to bite you in the rear end. And that's what it did on the last one for Edmonton, giving up a shorthanded goal, and ultimately right now the go-ahead goal. So really, the bottom line is that for the Oilers, you got to find a way to get more traffic in front of Bobrovsky, because that's the success that you were having in that first period. You were making it uncomfortable for him. He was not seeing all these shots. But at second period, while you did have some really good opportunities, Bobrovsky was able to see the puck and be able to make those saves. So that's really what has to change for Edmonton. And if you're Florida, if you can make a carbon copy of that second period in the third, you're gonna come out of here with a win in a tied series. And I think that's what you have to do. And one of the things like you look at is, and granted, this didn't happen in game number 1, but you have a lead going into this third. You got to find a way to lock it down. And usually Florida has been very good at doing that when they have a lead going into the third. So we got to see again if they can do that here, if they can redeem themselves from what happened, in game number 1. So that's what I want to see from both teams here as we get ready for what should be a thrilling third period of action. We'll see if maybe we need more than 3 periods to decide this one, but it's 4-3 Florida going into the third, and we will be right back with the third period of game 2, the Stanley Cup Finals.
Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as this third period of Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals is underway. Oilers are starting it off with a power play here. I have a minute to go on it as they look to try to tie this game up at 2. As now Connor McDavid comes into the zone. McDavid drops it off now to Nugent Hopkins, who now feeds it to Bouchard. Right side now to Drysdale. To Bouchard now. Back to Drysdale. Feeds it over to McDavid, being hounded by Nosek. Now over to Bouchard. Makes a backhand pass, broken up for a moment, but Drysdale recovers. Drysdale to McDavid left side. McDavid feeds it over to Drysdale, broken up. Drysdale gets it back now. 30 seconds to go on the power play. Nugent Hopkins. Now to Bouchard. Left side to McDavid. McDavid spins around, resets. McDavid again. Shot. That one is stopped by Bobrovsky. Puck is loose. McDavid gets to it. Gets it over now to Bouchard. Bouchard backhands it to McDavid. McDavid now to Perry with a backhand try that sails wide of Bobrovsky. Bouchard to Drysdale. Drysdale feeds it to McDavid. Can't control it. Power play is up for Edmonton. Good hit there. McDavid has space. McDavid, good poke check by Luostarinen. And he gets it to Verhaeghe, who's one-on-one with Bouchard. Verhaeghe gets around. He has an opportunity, but can't get a shot off. Verhaeghe controls it again. Drops into Mikkola. Mikkola shot deflected wide of Skinner. Evander Kane tries to flip it out. And Connor Brown recovers and gets it to Nurse. So the Panthers, that's a good start to the third period. They kill off the rest of that power play, and they continue to lead it here 1-0. As we get a stoppage of play here with 18:16 to go in the third. Great play there, by the way, by Tomas Nosek, and a good hit afterwards on Corey Perry. Totally clean there. Another score update. Yankees finally get the win. They win 9-6 over the Red Sox, and then their next game will be tomorrow night, 7:35. And he says, I'm focusing on 2 games right now. This on in Game 5 of the Abbotsford, Texas series in the AHL in the conference finals, I think, which is awesome. And best of luck to Abbotsford. Hopefully they can now win that series and move on to the Calder Cup finals. MLB, Major League Baseball. It's now that several players who were suspended due to breaches of betting policy have now been reinstated. So, especially with the sports betting world, it's you could definitely see how guys are getting more reprieves now. And speaking of sports betting, shout out to DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the Hockey Podcast Network. And when you sign up with DraftKings, use our promo code THPN in the bottom right corner. You bet $5 at least on your first bet, you get $200 instantly in risk-free bets. So make sure to sign up with DraftKings Sportsbook to get in on all the huge cash prizes throughout the Stanley Cup Finals and so much more. Use our promo code THPN at sign up. Bet $5, you get $200 instantly in risk-free bets. And again, shout out to DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of THPN. And as always, fans, make sure to bet responsibly. Marchand drops off to Lindell. Lindell makes it off the boards and gets it out. Ekholm now to Bouchard. Intercepted by Lindell, who will backhand it into the Oilers zone. Drysdale trying to get around Forsling, couldn't control the puck. DraftKings Sportsbook, over-under for goals. The over 9.5 at plus 180. The under 9.5 at minus 238. And again, from our friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook, the current odds for over-under and goals. Panthers come in. Luosterainen backhands it around where Reinhart gets it first. He's behind the net, being pinned by Bouchard. Flips it up to Barkov. Barkov trying to get it top of the point, broken up by Kapanen. Panthers dump it right back in. 4 minutes into this third period, 4-3 Florida. Brad Marchand with the go-ahead goal right now was a short-handed breakaway back in the second. McDavid with a shot that gets redirected on a block shot wide. And it goes all the way back down into the Oilers zone. I also do have some tea with honey, which I needed. I need that to, help my voice out here. Tkachuk intercepts it at center ice, and he'll flip it back in, where Skinner will play it for Edmonton. Nurse can't get it out. Puck bounces up in the air. Rodriguez fighting along with Nurse. And we get a stoppage of play with the puck being touched with a high stick. I think what we've seen since the start of the second period is from the Panther side, they're going back to how they play. Not only being aggressive, but just grinding the opponents. And that's just what they do. That's their style of play. And in that second period, they did exactly that to great succession as they were able to get both goals of that period and take the lead. And they're so far continuing to do that here in this second period. Shots 26-24 in favor of Florida. Kulak couldn't dump it back in. Edmonton has to go back and reset. Good hit there by Gadjevich on Kulak in the left corner. Nosek with a sharp angle shot that goes wide, and it goes all the way back where Nate Schmidt will play it. Nate Schmidt with 2 multi-point games already in these finals. He had 2 assists in game 1, and he has 2 tonight here in game 2. As that pass deflects out of play, and Marchand and Klingberg having some choice words after that whistle. 5:04 into this third. Goals by defensemen this postseason. Florida leads the playoffs with 17. Edmonton is in second place with 13. So I mentioned it back in the second period that both teams' defensive cores are very active offensively. Panthers have 2 goals from defensemen tonight. Oilers have 1. Panthers also have 5 points combined by defensemen tonight. So that just shows you the type of depth scoring, not just from the forward core of Florida, but also from their defensemen. And the same goes for Edmonton as well. So the face-off here will be at center ice. 14:56 to go in the third. Kulak now controls it for Edmonton. Throws it into the zone. No icing here as the refs say play on. Mikkola will one-hand it out the boards and out, where Adam Henrique now will retrieve it for Edmonton. Edmonton dumps it into the right corner. Seth Jones being hounded by Connor Brown. Jones fighting along with Henrique now. Connor Brown and Mikkola fighting with the puck. Luostarinen hits off his stick. Oilers keep it in for a moment, but Mikkola backhands it out. Jake Wallman now behind his own net as both teams make a change. Wallman came over in a deadline trade from the San Jose Sharks to Edmonton. Is now Bouchard with a shot and a good save there from Bobrovsky. Might have been redirected a bit because Bobrovsky looked like he was going to make a glove save, but then it ended up hitting him right in the 5-hole area, and he was able to close that 5-hole to make the save. Yeah, I think it might have hit Barkov a little bit there. Marchand and Arvidsson talking moments ago, and for whatever reason, Marchand giving the "you're too small" to Arvidsson, even though they're almost literally the same height, which is really funny and shows you the type of guy that Brad Marchand is to try to get in players' heads. He's a rat for a reason. Diaz Ekholm behind his own net, being hounded by Verhaeghe. Bouchard now with it, makes it off the boards. McDavid will get there first to negate the icing. McDavid makes a pass off the side of the net. Corey Perry back to McDavid. Top now right side to Bouchard. Feeds it left side to Ekholm. Ekholm with a shot that gets blocked in front by Ekblad. Gets it to Verhaeghe, who chips it out. And Reinhart will backhand it right to Skinner, who will easily play it and give it to Ekholm here, who will go behind the net. Nice move by Kane to get around a Panther, and now he comes up, tries to get around and gets it to the offensive zone. No offsides. Nate Schmidt avoids the big hit from Kane. Still with the puck, gets it to Tkachuk, who drops off to Kulikov, and that puck just comes out of the zone. And then the Oilers fire it right back in. Nate Schmidt chips it off Rodriguez and out. Another dump in by Edmonton. Nate Schmidt now with some time is able to control it for Florida. Kulikov back to Nate Schmidt. Up the center of the ice to Rodriguez. Now right side to Tomas Nosek. Puck near the Edmonton bench currently. Now the Oilers will control. Nurse. It gets off the skate of Podkolzin and goes into the left corner of the Florida zone. Jones flips up to Boquist. Boquist comes in. Boquist on the left side. Goes around the net. Still being hounded by Kulak. Nosek trying to get there first. He's fighting along here with an Oiler player. And that puck goes over the left side. Mikkola fakes a slap shot. Gadjevich chips it up to the other side. One-handed play there by Seth Jones, but now Matthias Janmark controls it for Edmonton here. Just a little over 8 minutes into this third period. Still 4-3 Florida here in game 2 of this Stanley Cup final. McDavid now with the puck. Connor McDavid. Nice drop pass now. Gets it over. Has some space. Shot there by Wallman, and it somehow got deflected and ends up out of play with 11:40 to go in this third period. Panthers with a 1-goal lead, looking to even the series up, heading to Florida. I really can't believe with that much space, I thought for sure that Wallman was going to either score or at least get a decent shot on goal, but it ends up not even hitting the net. I get, with, talking about Brad Marchand, right? He's definitely 1000% the definition of a guy that you hate him when you have to play against him because he's a pest, he's a rat, gets in your head, he's physical, he's annoying, all those things. But when he's on your team, he's like one of the best teammates you could have and a guy that will stand up for everybody. And, he will do whatever it takes. And I think when you think about Brad Marchand's, career, right? He's been a guy that always has played with the belief and the motivation to want to prove everybody wrong. He's undersized, what can he do? And look, as a very young player, all the way back in 2011, 14 years ago now, he helped the Boston Bruins finally bring back a Stanley Cup. Bruins still haven't won a cup since then. They've gotten to the finals twice since 2011, 2 more times after 2011 with Marchand. And then you think about how this year went, right? You think about how this year went for Marchand. You know, he's the captain. He's pretty much the last guy left of the old core of that Bruins team. And, you know, it seemed like that Marchand really wanted to stay in Boston. And I get that, being a Bruin lifer. And he wanted to try to get something done. And apparently the Bruins, shortchanged him, and to the point where it didn't even seem like they wanted to keep him. And then at the very last minute of the deadline, Marchand approves a trade to go to Florida for a conditional second-round pick, which is now a first-round pick because Marchand and the Panthers have gotten this far. So I think the chances of him going back to Boston at this point are slim. He will be one of those coveted free agents for sure. Not sure what his value is, but we'll see. Corey Perry feeds it in front there. Good save by Bobrovsky, and now the Panthers will come the other way. Verhaeghe will get there first in the offensive zone, being hounded by Bouchard. Verhaeghe, backhands, it gets blocked. Now Reinhart fighting along with Ekholm. Puck comes loose. Good pass there. And now Drysdale will get it out. Leon Drysdale gets around, has an opportunity, shot, and a good save by Bobrovsky. Drysdale using his big body frame there, was able to get around the defender at the last second to get a good shot on. But Bobrovsky comes up with the save. MC says, we do not talk about 2011. From your perspective as a Canucks fan, totally understand. Totally understand completely. Third period chances, so far 5-0 in favor of Edmonton. So Edmonton's starting to put that pressure back on that we saw back in the first. They try to get that tying goal here and tie it up for the fourth time tonight. We've been tied at 1, tied at 2, tied at 3. Now we'll see if the Oilers can tie this game up at 4. That puck's flipped into the right corner in the Florida zone where Schmidt will get there first. And he'll flip it down, and it's going to be enough for an icing here. And the faceoff will be back in the Florida zone. 10-11 to go in the third. You can easily say that there's still a lot of time, but, especially in these type of games, and you're trailing, that time can go by very quickly before you realize it. That was a great play by Drysdale. He flipped it up in the air to get it around Forsling and then get it back on his stick to get a shot. That would have been one heck of a goal if he had scored it there. Drysdale now in an 8-game point streak, 5 goals, 9 assists in that time frame with the goal and assist he got tonight. So I think, honestly, right now the favorite for Edmonton to win the Conn Smythe, I definitely think is Leon Draisaitl with just the way that he's played this year. Nosek comes in, shot, and that one comes up on the chest of Skinner, and he'll get a stoppage of play with 9:53 to go in this third. We'll get another stoppage in play here. We're winding down here to the final moments. Panthers still up by a goal here, looking to tie this series up, and we will be right back.
Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time.
So we have just a little over 9 minutes to go here in the third period of Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Panthers with the 4-3 lead. But the Oilers are certainly putting on the pressure right now to try to tie this game up. And again, the Oilers come back and win this game, be their second come-from-behind win of this series already, and they will be up 2-0, 2 wins away from the Stanley Cup. But if the Panthers win, this series is tied at a game apiece, heading to Florida for games 3 and 4. So a big moment here in this series already. Nurse flips it out. Leon Drysdale is the third player with 10-plus goals in 3 consecutive postseasons. The other two, the great one, Wayne Gretzky, and Mike Bossy of the Edmonton Oilers. There's a backhand try there by Jan Marcus. The puck is loose, but it gets cleared out. Gadjevich right now fighting one-on-one with Kulak, and Kulak's the one that's going to win that battle. Kulak passed around to Darnell Nurse, and that goes all the way down, and that'll be an icing here against the Oilers with 9:16 to go in this third period. So good opportunity just moments ago. I think that was Matthias Janmark that had that backhand shot. But Bobrovsky, who's continued to really, really step up. He's gotten back into that groove that we've seen a bunch of times during these playoffs. He had a rough first period, but he has been locked in since. Verhaeghe behind the net. Verhaeghe with it. Shot, and that one stopped by Skinner. Puck behind the net now. Now Darnell Nurse with the puck. Gets it over to Kulak, goes around the boards, and just comes out of the Edmonton zone. Panthers now have it. They come right back in. Verhaeghe, he'll flip it into the left side. That pass in front, almost dangerous, but McDavid controls it. McDavid tries to fight around Verhaeghe, but a good play there with his stick. Puck right now right in front of the Panther bench, and the Panthers will control it with 8.5 minutes to go in this one. Forsling flips it high into the air, and a good hit by Luosterainen on Ekholm right at center ice. That puck came down. Marchand intercepts that. Marchand almost drawn. Now the Oilers look to come the other way. Might have a 3-on-2 if they hurry. Drysdale drops it over to Corey Perry. Perry, shot, and a great diving block there by Gustav Forsling. That shot whacked out of midair goes behind the net. Panthers control it, and they'll get it out. Wow. Great diving block there by the defenseman Gustav Forsling. Nice feed over there. Shot. That one gets hooked down. Good defensive play by Luosterainen to lift the stick. I'll try to get it there. And we get an offsides call here against Edmonton. And then Bouchard with a little whack to the leg of Sam Bennett. And Bennett with a little smile. And again, just some pleasantries between these two teams. Who would have thought a couple years ago that these two teams would become, rivals almost? I mean, especially with the fact that they've played Oh, that was funny. So Bouchard whacks Bennett. He kind of reacts a little bit. Bouchard makes fun of him. And then Sam Bennett whacks Bouchard. Surprised he didn't call it there. Just moments ago, a great stick lift defensively by Eetu Luosterainen on Corey Perry, who had a really good shot in opportunity to score there in the offensive zone. Might have scored. 7:47 to go in this third. Face-off will be right outside of the Panthers zone, near the penalty boxes. Face-off won cleanly by Florida, and Nate Schmidt will control it. Schmidt gets it up to Sam Bennett. That one's taken away by Wallman, and he'll dump it back in. Vander Kane takes a shot that gets blocked to the left side. Nate Schmidt gets to it. He'll flip it out. Tkachuk knocks it down. Matthew Tkachuk around the boards where Sam Bennett will get to it first. Bennett will backhand it, and now both teams make a change, and Wallman will have time to set. Wallman now to Klingberg. That pass deflects off Kane's stick. And now goes behind the net. Kane gets to it first. Good hustle there. Connor Brown around to the other side where Nurse gets there. Nurse Gets that pass all the way to the other side of the ice, other side of the zone. Connor Brown now gets to the Nurse. Nurse now to Kulak. Kulak with a shot that gets blocked by Gadjevich. Gadjevich chips it now to Boquist. Jesper Boquist fighting along with Nurse. He's one-on-one. And Nurse wins that battle as he gets the puck away from Boquist. Panthers at center ice now, and Reinhart will flip it in. And Kulak now controls it for Edmonton with 6.5 minutes to go in the third. Gets around, and a good hit there by Verhaeghe, and I think Ekblad as well. Fans wanted a penalty. They're not going to get it. We've only had 2 penalties since that crazy first period where there was 11 in total called. So the teams have certainly learned to be much more disciplined here in these other 2 periods. Dumps it into the left side of Stuart Skinner. He's over to Kapanen. Kapanen backhands it. And now Bouchard will go back and slow it down. 5:50 and ticking to go in this third. Oilers still looking for that tying goal. Bouchard. That long pass broken up by Lundell. Lundell's pass almost taken away, but Luostarinen gets to it. He'll flip it to Skinner, who will play it. Lundell intercepts. Lundell banks it around the boards. Florida gets to it. They have the puck now. Matthew Tkachuk with it. Over to Lundell. Lundell waits. Turnaround shot, a stick to side by Skinner. Mikkola banked around by Tkachuk now. The puck is loose. Long stretch feed to Drysdale gets broken up. Panthers come back in. Where Tkachuk will backhand it to the left corner. Sam Bennett, he falls down. 5 minutes to go in this game. Will we have extra time here in this one? Will this game be forced to overtime like game 1? That soft shot is blocked away by Skinner, and Drysdale will calm it down. Gets the Bouchard back to Drysdale. Drysdale disrupted a bit, but still has the puck, and he flips it in. Kulikov. Now to Evan Rodriguez. Rodriguez, that one goes all the way down, and that's going to be enough for an icing here. And the faceoff goes back into the Florida zone with 4:34 to go in this third. Next 2 games will be in Florida. Game 3, Monday night, June 9th, 8 p.m. Eastern start time. And then game 4 will be next Thursday, June 12th at 8 p.m. Again, Jimmy Finizzi of the Blue Seats podcast will be live here on THPN for game 3. And then Grant of THPN will be live for game number 4 on THPN on Thursday. Klingberg tried the toe drag, still with the puck. Klingberg trying to get around Reinhart, still with the puck. Drops it now to Wallman. Wallman, wrist shot. That puck comes out in front. Good save there. And a rebound chance is also stopped by Bobrovsky. Bobrovsky's without his stick, and Evander Kane is down and is slow to get up. Not sure exactly what it was. I don't know if there's anything called here, but nonetheless, we get a stoppage of play with 4:09 to go. Evander Kane chirping at Bobrovsky. Not really sure exactly. I think he feels that he got tripped. Kulikov then hit him up high, so he went down pretty hard on that one, but we got to see. Nothing has been called. And again, only just a little over 4 minutes to go in this one, guys. We'll see when Edmonton decides to pull Skinner and go for the extra skater. And we will be right back to see the conclusion of this one.
Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time.
So we have just a little over 4 minutes to go in the third period here of game number 2. Panthers still with the 4-3 lead. If they hold on, they even the series up at a game apiece. If the Oilers tie it here, we will most likely go to overtime for the second straight night to determine where the series ends up after 2. I'm going to say there's a 99.9% chance we will also be live for games 5 to 7 if those games are necessary as well, MC, for sure. Do not worry about that. Oilers in the zone. Bouchard throws a shot. That one gets blocked, and now the Panthers look to come the other way. They have some space. Forsling will dump it in. Just under 4 minutes to go here. MC says, just don't go to overtime. I can't handle another one. Yeah, and it almost went to double overtime, but the Oilers were able to get a power play goal near the end of that first overtime, thanks to Leon Drysdale to give the Oilers the first win of the series. Now feeding up Brown with a shot and a great save there by Bobrovsky. Got a piece of it. Oh, what a save there on a great shot. And now the Panthers come the other way. Third period chances 8-1 in favor of Edmonton. It's without question the Oilers have been the better team in this period, but they don't have anything to show for it right now. 3 minutes exactly to go in this one. Nurse gets knocked down. That's going to be an icing. I thought that could have been a tripping call there, right where Nurse was, but oh boy, Connor Brown with a great shot there. Got to see a replay here. As they caught them on a little bit of a line change. Brown up the slot. He tried to shoot it far side, and he did, but Bobrovsky got just enough of his glove to make that save. As now both teams are even at shots on goal, 30 apiece. Nate Schmidt keeping it in the zone. An offensive zone here. Evander Kane gets it out. Tkachuk intercepts, and he'll flip it back in. We'll keep our eye out for Stuart Skinner to see when he goes to the bench. No icing here. The ref waves it off. Gustav Forsling behind his own net. Long feed, but that's going to be too much. It'll be another icing here against Florida. You would imagine at any moment right now, Stuart Skinner is going to go to the bench, and the Oilers will get the extra skater on looking for that tying goal. And it looks like they just pulled Stuart Skinner. He slowly skates his way to the bench. So Oilers will have the extra man on for the last 2.5 minutes or so of this period as they look to try to tie it up. Face off to the right of Bobrovsky. Oilers 7 comeback wins this postseason, most in NHL. 4 of them have come in the third period. Bouchard over to Wallman. Gets it over. Bouchard waits. Shot. And that one deflects up and out of play. Bouchard looking for his second goal of the night. And a tying goal, but couldn't get it on net. 2:21 to go in this one. See it again here on the replay. Yeah, good block with the inside of the right knee from Evan Rodriguez. MC desperately hoping for an empty net goal right now from Florida. Panthers looking to try to hold on and even this series up at a game apiece with the next 2 games at Sunrise. Face-off won by the Panthers. Verhaeghe throws it all the way down. Won't be enough for an icing here, but Wallman will play it. Will go back and play it for Edmonton. Bouchard now gets into McDavid. He comes with a lot of speed. Gets around one defender up the left side. McDavid stops. 2 minutes to go in this one. Wallman now to Bouchard. Bouchard top of the point to Wallman. Left side to McDavid. McDavid gets it back to Wallman. Wallman back to Bouchard. Bouchard with it. Right side now to Drysdale. Back to Bouchard. Now to McDavid. Tries to make a feed. A good poke check there from Mikkola with 100 seconds to go in this one. Drysdale will go back and retrieve it for Edmonton. Got to get going here if they want to tie this game up. 90 seconds to go. McDavid comes in, but he is off sides with 91 seconds, to go in this one, or 1:31. You got to wonder if the Oilers will call their timeout and try to set something up. We'll see. Keep our eye on it. Stuart Skinner is going back in the net for the time being. Chris Knobloch for the Oilers is going to call a timeout. So now we'll have a little bit of a powwow here. But yeah, this is it, guys. This has been an intense game. Game 1 ended 4-3, although it ended up in overtime. And the Panthers looking to have this game end 4-3, but them being on the winning side. Again, another fantastic game. Game 1 was tremendous. This one has been great. And what's crazy is you think about it, 5 goals. 5 of the 7 goals tonight were back in the first period. The Panthers scored both goals in the second period, including what is still right now the go-ahead goal, a short-handed breakaway by Brad Marchand. And the Panthers right now staring at just 91 seconds away from getting a big win on the road, which would be their 9th of this postseason. And most importantly, a tied series heading to Florida. Face-off will be just outside the Florida zone, right near the penalty box here. Big face-off coming up right now. Face-off won by the Oilers. McDavid gets in for Ekholm. Ekholm with it now. Again, Skinner goes to the box for goes to the bench for an extra skater. Luostarinen can't get it out. Oilers control. Drysdale on the right corner. Drysdale being hounded. Both teams have several guys in that right corner trying to get the puck. Puck comes loose. Oilers control it. Bouchard. Now to Ekholm. Back to Bouchard. Gets around Luostarinen. Bouchard. Now to Ekholm. Ekholm in the left corner. Now to Bouchard. 1 minute to go in this one. McDavid waits. Shot there and a great diving save by Bobrovsky on Drysdale. That puck goes out of play. And I think it hit off the boards before going out. So no delay of game. Stop a play here with 56.1 to go. McDavid, very similar to the goal that was scored by Drysdale on the power play earlier, but Bobrovsky got over there in time and made a great left leg pad save to deny Drysdale the tying goal. That would have been Drysdale's second goal of the game and his 4th of this finals. Face off to the left of Bobrovsky. Face off won here by the Oilers. Bouchard has it now. 50 seconds to go. Bouchard comes into the left corner. Barkov and McDavid fighting for it. McDavid now gets it now to Ekholm. Ekholm to Bouchard. 40 seconds to go. McDavid feeds it in front. It gets blocked. Panthers trying to get it out. They can't on one try. They get it this time, and it's going to go all the way down for an icing with 30 and a half seconds to go in this one. Oilers are throwing everything with the kitchen sink at the Panthers right now, and they're either blocking it or Bobrovsky's making the save, which is exactly what you need. Another massive face-off coming up here for both teams. Face-off will be to the right of Sergei Bobrovsky in the Panthers zone. Face-offs are 31-29 right now in favor of Florida. So it's been fairly even. Fairly even. Drysdale's 14 of 26 on the face-off dot. Barkov 14 of 28. So again, fairly even. False start here again on the ref. We'll try it again. Another false start. Jesus. Back-to-back false starts here. Now we've done it. Face-off won here by the Oilers. Wallman one-hands it to the right corner where Corey Perry gets there first. McDavid now gets to it. Wallman has it. Wallman shot. That one is stopped by Bobrovsky. Rebound try, and they score! Corey Perry on a rebound, and the Oilers have tied it up in 4 with 17.8 to go in the third. We are tied. The longtime veteran Corey Perry, in his 5th Stanley Cup final in the last 6 years, finds the back of the net with a scramble in front, and we are tied with just under 18 seconds to go in this one. What a game we have had, people. For the fourth time tonight, we are tied, and this one courtesy of Corey Perry. Through traffic, buries it. Bobrovsky had no chance of seeing that. Flipped into the right corner in the Florida zone. Fans on their feet, rally towels are going. Puck comes down in front, 1 second to go, and ladies and gentlemen, for the second consecutive game, we will go to overtime in the Stanley Cup Finals. Well, I'm getting exactly what I kind of thought was going to happen. We are going to overtime. And again, I think the Oilers deserved that because that was a really, really good third period for them. Like I said, they threw everything at the Panthers and they got rewarded with 17.8 to go. And they have forced overtime. So it ended 4-3 in overtime of game one. And now someone's going to win 5-4 here in game two in overtime. And we'll see how long it's going to really take. But nonetheless, we will have overtime hockey for the second game already of these finals. This has been awesome, guys. And thank you again for everyone hanging out with us. This has been so much fun. I can't stop smiling because it's been so entertaining. And I'm going to take another break. And I will be back in a little bit here. We'll kind of semi-recap the third period and then get ourselves ready for the first overtime. MC says, I'm going mentally insane. If Edmonton wins this one in overtime, I'm actually going to go insane. Well, we'll see if the Oilers have yet another comeback in them. If they do win, it'll be their eighth and their league-leading eighth comeback of these playoffs, which is phenomenal. So we will be back after a little bit.
Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time.
And welcome everybody here to our very quick third period intermission report of our game. And the reason that it's that way is because for the second consecutive game, we have overtime in the Stanley Cup Finals. There was only one goal scored in that period, and it was a big one. Corey Perry with the game-tying goal with 17.8 to go in the third period to send this game to overtime. And yeah, again, guys, once again, we're in for an exciting finish. We had a great first game to watch together with the Oilers winning 4-3 in overtime of game one. We had a crazy first period where 5 goals were scored. Oilers were up 3-2 going into that second period. And then the Panthers scored twice in the third, including in the second, including a shorthanded goal from Brad Marchand. That gave the Panthers a 4-3 lead. And it looked like that they were on their way to holding on to that 4-3 lead for the win. But then, as just mentioned, 17.8 to go. Corey Perry gives the Oilers the tying goal and puts us into overtime for game number 2. Really quick, make sure to put your predictions in the chat. Who do you have winning and who do you have scoring the game-winning goal? I'll do one for both teams. I'm going to say, first and foremost, I think that the Oilers are going to end up securing the comeback win. I think that the Panthers are going to be demoralized from that. They didn't play well in that third period, and now they have to go to overtime yet again to try to get this going. I think, so I'm going to say Edmonton wins, and I'm going to say, trying to think here of like who I think is going to end up getting the winner. I'm going to go with Evan Bouchard to get the game winner. He already has a goal tonight. He's had several opportunities to get a second one. I think he's going to find a way to get rewarded, and I think that that's how it's going to go. But let me know what you guys think in this one. Fortunately for my man MC over here, not only is this game going overtime, but Abbotsford lost in overtime. Let's go on, Jim Edge. Thank you for the comment, man. Oilers scored with seconds to go. Laughing emoji. I guess he's an Oiler fan, maybe. I don't know, but Jim, thank you for dropping into the chat. Make sure to leave a like on the stream. Also subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss exciting live watch-alongs like this throughout the Stanley Cup Finals. All right, take one more break. When we come back, our first overtime period will get underway, and we'll see who ends up finishing this one off and winning this game. We'll be right back.
Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time.
So here we go, guys. The first overtime of this game here. Game tied at 4. And again, if the Panthers score the next goal, they tie the series up at a game apiece despite blowing it again in the third period. But if the Oilers win, they complete the comeback and go up 2-0 heading to sunrise. We are in for an exciting one. Corey Perry, by the way, he became tied with Ray Bourque. He became the 4th oldest player to score a goal in the Stanley Cup Finals at 40 years of age. And remember, his first ever Stanley Cup Final was all the way back in 2007. He has been very fortunate and unfortunate to have played in 5 of the last 6 Stanley Cup Finals, including this one. But he has been unsuccessful in getting another Stanley Cup in that time frame. But he's 3 wins and maybe 2 if the Oilers can finish the job. But we'll see as this overtime period is underway. So we'll see if either team can end this early, or are we in for a longer one as McDavid almost was able to create something, and now the Panthers come the other way as they'll backhand it in just 30 seconds into overtime. Bouchard, who has one of the goals tonight, has 3 points on the night, makes the play around the boards. Bouchard behind his own net again, and he'll set it up. Stretches it out to McDavid. They come in 3-on-2. McDavid waits, tries to feed it to Drysdale. Drysdale throws it in front. That should have stopped. Rebound try. It's stopped as well by Bobrovsky. And now the Panthers will slowly come the other way as Tkachuk will just fire it on Skinner and he'll just glove it away. As now Kulak will slow it up here just a minute into overtime. Shots now 34-31 in favor of the Oilers. Both teams at different points in this game have led on the shots on goal. Oilers trying to put some pressure in the offensive zone. Seth Jones loses the puck. Trent Frederick fighting along here. Vander Kane will backhand it around to the other way. Nurse over to Nugent Hopkins. Puck around to the other side. Connor Brown over to the left side now. Nurse takes a shot that gets blocked. Puck is loose now in the right corner in the Florida zone. Lundell makes a pass and gets it out, deflects out, but the Oilers will go back and get it again. Victor Arvidsson up the left side. Arvidsson coming in. And the shot there is easily caught by Bobrovsky. We get a face-off in the Florida zone. Just 150 into this overtime period. McDavid tried to feed Drysdale streaking to the net. Pass got blocked, but Drysdale got the puck anyway and was able to get a shot on, but Bobrovsky made the save. That was the first big chance for either team, and that came just seconds into this overtime. Bobrovsky is 18-7 in his career in overtime in the playoffs. Hoping for his 19th here if he can get it. Wallman with a shot that goes wide. Puck comes out in front. Henrique with a shot that gets stopped by Bobrovsky. Adam Henrique looking for his 3rd career playoff overtime goal. His first 2 came in his rookie year all the way back in 2012 with the New Jersey Devils. And he already has a game-winning goal and a series-clinching game-winning goal in overtime against the Florida Panthers. His goal in overtime of Game 7 helped the Devils reach the second round of the playoffs in 2012. And then in the Eastern Conference Finals, Adam Henrique with the famous Henrique It's Over game-winning overtime goal in Game 6 of that conference finals to beat the New York Rangers and send the Devils to the finals in 2012. Sam Bennett up the left boards, gets it out of the zone, tries to dump it in, but it gets blocked. Kapanen also has a series-clinching goal in these playoffs, as his goal in game number 5 against Vegas helped the Oilers reach the Western Conference Finals. Chipped up the boards. Brad Marchand looking to try to get a 2-on-1. Feeds it over to Rodriguez. Rodriguez throws it in front. And that one just goes wide of Skinner. And now McDavid comes the other way. McDavid gets around Forsling. McDavid with a shot that goes wide. I think Bobrovsky may have gotten a stick on it. And that one's going to go all the way down. And that'll be an icing here against the Panthers. Just a little just a little over 4.5 minutes to go. 4.5 minutes into this overtime period. Connor McDavid looking to end it early there. Used the power move, and I think his shot actually just went wide. I don't think Bobrovsky got a piece of it, but a good play there. So far, the Oilers kind of taking the momentum that they got from the third period and putting it here into this overtime. Face off to the right of Bobrovsky. Oilers win it cleanly. Shot by Bouchard gets blocked. Brad Marchand gets it out. Evan Rodriguez, he'll dump in or try to dump it in, but it deflects out of play. And we have a face-off just outside the zone. So who's going to be the hero tonight? Who is going to be the one? Sometimes it's your top guys like it was in game one for the Oilers with Leon Drysdale. Sometimes it also could be an unsung hero, a guy that you don't expect, who maybe doesn't even have a goal in these playoffs or has only one, that just finds enough to win the game. Someone's going to be a Stanley Cup final game hero tonight. Question is whom? Reinhart comes into the zone for Florida. Bouchard gets to it first. That one's taken away by Florida. Gadjevich throws it on net, gets blocked. And now the Oilers come the other way as Drysdale with it. Drysdale gets it up to Connor Brown in the right corner. Drysdale regains it now for Edmonton. That one's taken away by Verhaeghe. Panthers get to it. Reinhart will just flip it in as both teams make a little bit of a change. Skinner plays that puck up to Wallman. Wallman to Drysdale. Drysdale coming in. Drysdale takes a shot, and that one goes into the breadbasket of Bobrovsky. And we're going to face off here. 15-14 remaining in our first overtime period. Again, if you're just tuning in, you've missed one heck of a game up until this point. Oilers took a 3-2 lead after one period of play with also 11 penalties in total. Panthers got the next two goals in the second period to go up 4-3, and then with just 17 seconds to go in the third, Corey Perry tied it up at 4, and that's how we got to this overtime period that we're in now. Faceoff will be to the right of Bobrovsky in the Florida zone. This faceoff won by the Panthers. Seth Jones will flip it out. Matthew Tkachuk, down on his knees, plays the puck. It's taken away by Edmonton. Puck bouncing around Evander Kane, trying to get around. He cannot. Mikkola, it hits off the stick of Tkachuk, and now Skinner will play it behind his own net. Now once flipped out, that's going to go all the way down. That won't be an icing. Bobrovsky will touch it up and leave it for Ekblad, who gets up to Rodriguez on the right side. Evan Rodriguez off the stick of Nosek. Skinner plays it again around the boards. Edmonton gets to it. Evander Kane flips it high up into the air, and that one's knocked down by the glove of Nate Schmidt. But now the Oilers try to come back in. Evander Kane can't find the puck. Puck is loose. Mark throws it in front just out of the reach of Connor Brown. And now Boquist comes the other way, and the Panthers may have a little bit of numbers here. Backhand pass is pushed away by Skinner. Backhand shot, excuse me. And now Darnell Nurse will settle it down here. We're 5.5 minutes into this overtime period. Game 2 of this Stanley Cup Finals between the Florida Panthers and Edmonton Oilers here in Edmonton, Alberta, the Rogers Place. Puck at center ice. Brad Marchand takes it away, avoids a hit, makes a feed now to Lundell. Lundell can't knock it down to get a shot on. And now the Oilers will control. Arvidsson. That hits off of Lundell, and he'll whack it down with his glove. Mark takes it away for Edmonton. Poke check there, almost going the other way. And now Edmonton will settle it here. This one will go back into the Florida zone where Ekblad will take it now. Gets it up to Sasha Barkov. Barkov comes in. Barkov waits behind the net. Barkov still with it. Gets it. Drive there, and that one gets blocked before reaching Skinner on a shot from Carter Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe, another guy that has a lot of success in overtime. Florida into Edmonton into the zone. Shot there is stopped by Bobrovsky. Ekholm keeps it in for Edmonton. Backhand shot wide of Bobrovsky. Drysdale fighting along with Mikkola. Barkov gets to that puck. Barkov now to Seth Jones. Seth Jones, he'll dump it in back into the Edmonton zone. Bouchard gets to that puck, gets to the Ekholm, tries to flip it out, cannot for a moment, but now the Oilers control. Now they come the other way. McDavid trying to get through several defensemen, but it gets taken away and goes back into the Edmonton zone where they'll have to reset. Bouchard, long stretch pass, reaches nobody, and that'll be enough for an icing here against the Oilers with 12:51 to go in this overtime. A lot of nervous tensions in that building, not just from the fans, but the players as well. Because we all know the importance of this next goal, because it's either going to be a 2-0 series lead or a tied series going to Florida. Bouchard is able to just get it out of the zone. Yeah, Mark trying to weave his way around, can't. But Colson dumps it back in, and now the Panthers will control. Rodriguez fighting along its center ice with the puck. The Oilers will flip it back in. Bobrovsky tries to make a play, but it gets knocked down by Podkolzin. Now Kapanen with it. Kasperi Kapanen around to the other side. Now Tkachuk fighting along with Podkolzin. Shot there from Podkolzin is stopped and gloved down by Bobrovsky. 40th shot of the night for the Oilers. This has been, as I've mentioned numerous times, nothing short of a fantastic game. These first two games of the series have been nothing short of spectacular. Spectacular. And we got an overtime finish in game one, and we're definitely going to get one here as we're in the first overtime. We'll see who wants to be the hero in this one. Face off to the right of Bobrovsky in the Florida zone with 12:09 to go in the first overtime. Face off one here by Florida. Vander Kane takes it away for a moment and wraps it around the boards where Barkov gets to it first, chips it up the side to Verhaeghe, who gets it to Ekblad, and they'll get it out. Kulak gets to it, and he'll flip it back into the left corner of the Florida zone. Puck now behind the net. Gets to it. Klingberg with a shot. That one goes wide and hits the back boards in the Florida zone. And now the Panthers look to come the other way as Reinhart will dump it in. Verhaeghe drops it off to Barkov. Barkov loses the puck, and Klingberg will retrieve it for Edmonton. But Verhaeghe intercepts. Verhaeghe throws it in front. Backhand strike. Great diving save. Puck is loose, and it didn't go through. Oh, my goodness. A golden opportunity for Florida as we get an icing here as Brad Marchand looking to be the hero for the Panthers. But Stuart Skinner makes the big-time save. Verhaeghe made the feed. Marchand went to the backhand. Didn't get all of it. And then Stuart Skinner made two saves. The second one actually almost hit the post and went in. But Klingberg right there to clean it up. Panthers inches away from winning this one. Marchand, that would have been his second of the night. He has the most recent Panthers goal. Faceoff will be to the right of Stuart Skinner in the Edmonton zone with 11:15 to go in this overtime period. Faceoff, well, no, that puck bounced up in the air. That puck bounced right in front of Skinner, but it was controlled. Lundell tried to feed it in front of Marchand, got broken up. Florida's able to keep it in. As now Luosterainen. That one just gets out of the reach of Marchand, and now the Panthers will have to go back. Marchand gets it to Seth Jones. Jones feeds it up to Lundell. Lundell shot. That one hits up in the chest area of Skinner, and he'll just cover it. And Wallman just wants to make sure that Lundell doesn't get any closer. That's the 36th shot from the Panthers. So again, the shots on goal almost fairly even. Bobrovsky has stopped so far 36 of the 40 shots he's faced. For Stuart Skinner, he has stopped 32 of the 36 shots he has faced. He's already had to make 6 in the overtime period. Face off to the left of Skinner. Won cleanly by Edmonton. Ekholm will go behind his net, and they'll look to make a setup here. Overtime shots 8-6 in favor of the Oilers currently. Arvidsson tried to drop pass, taken away by Florida. They bank it off the boards and out. Matthias Ekholm, who fired into the right corner. Rodriguez got there first. Flips up to Sam Bennett, who will get it out. Rodriguez tried to knock it down, couldn't control it. And now Ekholm once again will get to it for Edmonton, and he'll dump it in. Forsling up to Rodriguez, who will fire it into the Edmonton zone as we've just reached the halfway point of this first overtime. This one banks off the boards. It's not going to be an icing here. Mikkola and Podkolzin fighting along. And now it gets top of the point. Nurse with a shot that gets blocked to the right side. Kulak backhand to the Podkolzin. Now over to McDavid. McDavid now to Nurse. Nurse banks it to the boards. Podkolzin behind the net. Gets it over. McDavid now with the puck. McDavid left side. McDavid stops. Back in the left corner. Gets it to Nurse. Nurse waits. Fakes the slap shot to Woolman. Back to Nurse. Nurse, wrist shot. That one gets deflected behind the net. Deflected to the boards on that one. Mikkola trying to help out Barkov here. Barkov will get to it. Chip it up to Verhaeghe. And now the Panthers can come the other way. Seth Jones. Jones feeds it up to Reinhart. Reinhart, shot. That one is stopped. Puck rebound. And that one is gloved as well by Skinner. As Skinner had to come up and make a big high glove save there as it came up and hit him pretty high in the area. And we get our only stoppage of play here of the period with 9:05 to go in this overtime. Reinhart tried to go far side, and then that deflection by, I think it was Seth Jones, kind of redirected the rebound chance up high. Oof. Actually, that hit off a Janmark, and Stuart Skinner had to make the save. What's going on, Cheesehead? Thank you so much for saying hi. Really do appreciate it. And if you are new here, I see we got a bunch of new people in the chat and watching with us. Do me a favor and leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel as well, as we are so very close, less than 200 subscribers away from 6,000. So make sure to help us get there. Also, hit that notification bell so you get notified every time we go live here on THPN. And we're live on Facebook, here on YouTube, and also we're live on Twitch as well. And any sort of help would be greatly, greatly appreciated. So both teams getting kind of their only rest of the period, as the ice crew will come out and they'll just clean up the ice as best as they can. And then we'll get right back to it. Shots on goal now 40-38 Edmonton. Both teams have had a prime opportunity to score in this period. Oilers way back at the beginning, where McDavid almost fed it to Drysdale for the game winner. And then not too long ago, a takeaway by Verhaeghe fed it to Marchand, who tried to beat Skinner on the backhand. The first shot was stopped. The second one went through the legs of Skinner and hit the far post, an inch or two to the right, and that puck ends up in the back of the net, and the Panthers win. So both teams have had their chance. Seth Jones leads all Panthers skaters in ice time with 28 minutes and 40 seconds. Barkov has the most of any forward on the Panthers with 25 minutes and 5 seconds. So we're back to the action here. Face off to the left of Stuart Skinner in the Edmonton zone with 9:05 to go in this overtime. Face off won by the Oilers, and they'll retrieve and they'll get it going. Leon Drysdale is the 5th player in NHL history with 3 overtime goals in a single postseason. His third was back in Game 1 of this Stanley Cup final. Could he get another and be the hero yet again for the Oilers? Puck is bouncing in the Edmonton zone. Bennett tried to drop it off for Rodriguez. That one got broken up. Kachuk almost was able to go the other way. Arvidsson now stops it and gives it off to Kulak. Kulak Gets it over to his defensive partner. That hits off the stick and goes right to Bobrovsky, who will play it to Rodriguez. And Rodriguez banks it off the board. It's going to go all the way down, and it'll be an icing here against Florida with 8:16 to go in this overtime. The faceoff will be to the right of Sergei Bobrovsky. They're showing Wayne Gretzky, the great one, who's now yawning. So they just caught him in a yawn. I guess he's, at his age, I can understand him being tired, especially at this time of the day. I mean, granted, it's also, I don't know how many hours it is between where I'm from. I'm on the East Coast here in the United States, and I think it's like 2-3 hours. Doesn't matter. Either way, that shot there gets blocked on the left side of Bobrovsky. Puck now behind the net. Brad Marchand fighting along with Leon Drysdale, leaves it now for Lundell. Anton Lundell tries to get around Ekholm. He can't. Bouchard gets there first for Edmonton. Florida just not able to keep it in, and they'll have to go back and restart. Seth Jones leaves it now. Waits, feeds over to Lundell, and that pass just out of his reach from Luosterainen. Mikkola kept it in for a moment, but now the Oilers now come the other way. Drysdale trying to get around Mikkola. Drysdale one-hands it now over to Trent Frederic. Frederic around the boards. Get to the Klingberg. Klingberg throws it in front. That one is stopped by Bobrovsky. Puck behind the net. Frederic has it now for Edmonton. Gets to the Klingberg. Klingberg shot through traffic, and that goes wide of Bobrovsky. Luosterainen plays it back for Mikkola, who gets it now to Seth Jones, who will flip it high into the air, and it'll go down, and it'll be an icing here again against the Panthers with 7:02 to go in this overtime. The overtime periods are the ones that tend to go very fast because, again, you don't have commercial breaks. You have like one stoppage when, at the 10-minute mark, and that's about it. So, it's really just focusing on just that back and forth and just that, having that good flow of end-to-end action. Face off to the right of Bobrovsky in the Florida zone. False start here by both teams. Bobrovsky trying to redeem himself. He had a really rough first period, was strong through almost 40 minutes. Unfortunately, did give up that tying goal, but is still looking to try to be the winning netminder in this one and help the Panthers even this series up heading to Florida. Gadjevich, he'll just check it in. Edmonton behind their own net, they'll start it up. Woolman flips it. That one's taken away by Nate Schmidt. Tries to backhand it the other way. Gets blocked by Evander Kane. Both teams whacking at it in front of one of the penalty boxes. And then Woolman dumps it into the right corner in the Florida zone. Kapanen trying to beat out Kulikov there. Verhaeghe's pass just out of the reach of Schmidt. But Reinhart retrieves it for a moment. That shot there gets blocked to the right side. Dmitry Kulikov slowly chips up to Verhaeghe. Carter Verhaeghe. He'll dump it in. Reinhart will get there first. Wraps it around the boards. Verhaeghe gets there. Verhaeghe got knocked off the puck. Florida trying to keep the pressure on here. Verhaeghe lost the puck, Kolzing, and then it's cleared out. Ekblad. That gets knocked down by Skinner, who will play it easily to Nurse. Podkolzin. Podkolzin flips it off the left boards. Forsling. He'll flip it high into the air. Kachuk tried to knock it down. Ekblad will have to retrieve it now. Bennett, that hits off his stick, and Skinner will play it to Bouchard. Connor Brown drops it off now to Adam Henrique. Now to Brown. Connor Brown shot. That one stopped by Bobrovsky. Good pad save there. Jesper Boquist comes the other way for Florida, and he'll just dump it in with 5:13 and ticking to go in this overtime frame. Puck in the right corner, and the Oilers clear it out. Mikkola, can't get it. He can't get it the other way, and Seth Jones will go back and help him out. Seth Jones, on the left side to Mikkola. Nico Mikkola with some space. He'll backhand it into the Edmonton zone with 4:48 to go in this overtime period. Gets it up. Here comes Connor McDavid up the center of the ice. Drops it off. Feeds it now to Wallman. Wallman falls down. Now a breakaway chance for Sam Reinhart. Reinhart with the game on his stick, and he misses the net. Florida keeps it in. Lundell with the puck in the left corner. Lundell trying to feed it in front of Verhaeghe. Gets broken up. And that pass gets to Wallman. He'll dump it in. Oh, Sam Reinhart with the best chance to end this one in overtime. And he sailed it wide, and that one will go down and be another icing here against the Panthers with 4:14 remaining. Going to see again here if he completely missed the net or if Stuart Skinner did get a piece of that. It's kind of hard to tell from the angle they just showed. Got to see it again. Got to zoom in here. Let's see if I think Skinner got a piece. No, Reinhart just missed the net. Tried to beat him stick side, but he didn't even hit the net. Florida wins the faceoff in their own zone. Verhaeghe flips it out. Long feed there, gets it to Vander Kane. Might be a 2-on-1. If Vander Kane comes in, waits, toe drag, and a great play there defensively by Forsling. Gustav Forsling now in the center of the ice. He gets it into the zone. Gustav Forsling with a couple of great defensive plays, both in the third period and overtime, and now an icing here against Edmonton with 3:47 to go in the first overtime. Vander Kane tried the toe drag, but again, Gustav Forsling with a great stick play. That's being just incredibly responsible in your own zone. And understanding the situation too. Panthers win the faceoff in the O-zone. Tkachuk drops off to Sam Bennett. Sam Bennett banks it to Tkachuk. Puck now back in the left corner where Evan Rodriguez gets to it. Rodriguez fighting along with Nugent Hopkins. Puck still bouncing here. Brett Kulak tries to bank it out. Tkachuk keeps it in. Now to Mikkola. Mikkola. It's behind the net to Rodriguez. Rodriguez back to Mikkola. Drive by Mikkola. And that might have hit the post. Rebound try. Sails through the crease, but did not go. Oh, it went through the crease, but it did not end up in the back of the net. Tkachuk feeds it to Luostarinen. Hits off his stick. Now into the left corner in the Edmonton zone. Lundell tried to keep it in. And now Darnell Nurse will control it. And he banks it off the boards. But that's going to be too strong and be another icing here against the Oilers with 2:52 to go in this overtime frame. So Mikkola's shot, it hit the sideboard, and then Rodriguez on a rebound had an open net, but it just went right through the crease, did not even hit the net at all. Panthers have had two grade A opportunities here to score, including that breakaway chance from Sam Reinhart, but they could not cash in. Face off to the right of Stuart Skinner in the Edmonton zone off of that icing. And the face-off won by the Panthers. Shot there, and that gets blocked. Anna Henrique backhands it out of the zone. Is that going to be enough for another icing? It will. So we'll do it all over again just seconds later. Adam Henrique this time the culprit. He tried. He was hoping that it would get touched. Oh, and it was touched by Connor Brown. Oh, and then it hit Nate Schmidt. So I think, and now the refs are talking. So now I think they're discussing, and this probably going to come out of the zone. Paul Maurice is pissed on the bench. Paul Maurice yelling at Chris Rooney, the head linesman. He is dropping some F-bombs for sure. I mean, the refs are making a good call here by discussing it because it hit off a Connor Brown stick and then it hit Nate Schmidt. So if that's the case, that shouldn't have been an icing call against the Oilers. And Paul Maurice in no uncertain terms. And I mean, the faceoff is still in the Edmonton zone, but I think instead of calling an ice, well, now they're going to look at it again. So we have some time here. Again, from what I'm seeing here, watching this game, I hope you guys are watching along with me, which I do appreciate. It looked like on the slow replay, Henrique obviously hits it with his backhand. It hits Connor Brown's stick. Deflects and hits Nate Schmidt. That should be an icing. And now Chris Rooney showing a piece of paper to Chris Knobloch. Not sure exactly what is going on. I'm very confused. Vander Kane coming back on the ice. I think they're going to go with the original call, maybe? I got to see here. I'm a little confused. Again, I have the game unmuted because for copyright reasons, so I'm not able to hear what exactly is the situation. But it looks like they're going to just keep it an icing. So the face-off won here by the Oilers. So it's all good now. As now Darnell Nurse will dump it into the Florida zone with 2.5 minutes to go in this overtime. Puck now on the left side. Carter Verhaeghe will get it with some space. Verhaeghe will backhand it into the left corner. And it'll be an icing here against the Panthers. It was a foot race there between Brett Kulak and Nate Schmidt. But Kulak won that. And again, Paul Maurice with some F-bombs and choice words for the refs here, as he certainly has not been a fan of their performance here in this one. Face-off be to the right of Bobrovsky in the Florida zone. Face-off won here by the Oilers. Now Evan Bouchard with it. Bouchard, rich shot just wide of Bobrovsky. Thought it went out of play, but the ref says play on. Bobrovsky did get a piece of that, so there is a shot on goal. That puck is behind the net. Nate Schmidt chips it up now to Verhaeghe, who gets it now to Kulikov, and Reinhart will dump it in. Less than 2 minutes to go in this first overtime period. Puck now behind the net. Verhaeghe gets it now. Tkachuk fanned on the one-time shot, and now the Oilers will go the other way. And that would have been a great chance for Matthew Tkachuk, who again is having a fairly quiet game here in this second game of the finals. Brett Kulak now with it. Drops off to Drysdale. Drysdale back to Kulak on the right faceoff dot. Kulak backhands it and backhands it to himself. That puck comes out in front. Bobrovsky had to stop it. And now the Panthers try to come the other way. Sam Bennett trying to get through 3 defenders, but he cannot. Almost a takeaway there. Oilers trying to be careful in their own zone. And now Forsling makes a long feed that ends up going right at Skinner on net, and he'll play it away easily. 1 minute to go here in this overtime period. Seth Jones will go back. And it looks like we have a delay here, and Matthew Tkachuk hunched over on the bench. I've said this before. I'll say it again. That whatever injury that Matthew Tkachuk dealt with or got in the Four Nations face-off is still affecting him now. Like even on that shot, he doesn't look comfortable. He doesn't look like he's at his full strength. He's really struggled in terms of getting, scoring and being productive. He still tries to go out there and do what he can, but he's definitely playing through something, and whatever he's playing through is affecting his play a lot. Mikkola dumps it back into the Edmonton zone. 50 seconds to go in this overtime. So Jones dumps it right back in, where Ekholm will control it for Edmonton. He'll fire it all the way down, and that's going to be enough for another icing here against the Oilers with 40.5 seconds to go. Danelle back in the chat. Overtime for the second straight game. Yo, Neil, please tell me who scored the tying goal for the Oilers. Kind of fell asleep. It was Corey Perry with 17.8 remaining in the third that tied it up at 4 for Edmonton. And is the reason why we're in overtime now. Mikkola gets it over now to Barkov. Barkov fighting along now with Ekholm. Ekholm and Barkov still battling. Sam Reinhart gets the puck now. Reinhart stops, waits, backhand all the way to the other side. Verhaeghe gets to it. Now to Seth Jones. Jones, shot, and that one goes and hits the backboard behind Skinner. 12 seconds to go in overtime. Oilers might have a 2-on-1 if they hurry. Frederick, now to Nugent Hopkins. Hopkins waits. 3 seconds to go. Feeds it over down to Darnell Nurse. Backhand try is stopped by Bobrovsky. And we will go to a second overtime period in game number 2 as Seth Jones knocked down Darnell Nurse at the end. I don't think there's any penalty or anything, but we will have more than one overtime tonight. We are in for double overtime as 20 minutes was not enough. 80 minutes in total was not enough to decide this one. First Stanley Cup final game to go to double overtime since 2020 when the Dallas Stars defeated the Tampa Bay Lightning in the bubble. And the guy who scored the game winner in that overtime, Corey Perry. So, does he have another one in him after getting the tying goal? We'll see, as both teams will have some rest here. And you know what, guys? I know this might be a little bit annoying, but I will come back towards the end of the intermission to recap the overtime a little bit and then jump right into the second overtime here. I need to rest my voice a little bit and get ready for the second overtime period. So we will be right back after a little break.
Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
What time is it?
It's game time. Whether you're looking for courtside or upper deck, opening day or opening night, comedy or concerts. With Game Time Picks, we make buying tickets easy by serving up only the best deals on sports, music, and shows.
And welcome everybody here as we are about to get underway in the second overtime period of Game 2 of this Stanley Cup Finals between the Florida Panthers and Edmonton Oilers. And again, if you're just tuning in, Oilers went up 3-2 after one period of play. There was also 11 penalties involved in total in that one. And then the second period, the Panthers scored both goals to take a 4-3 lead going into the third. And then Corey Perry with 17.8 left to go in overtime in the third period, tied the game up at 4, sent this game to overtime. Both teams with some chances in the first overtime could not convert. This also included a breakaway chance for Sam Reinhart. And now we head into the second overtime period. And thank you to everybody who's hanging out with me. See, we got a bunch more people in here. And don't forget to leave a like on this stream right now. Hit that subscribe button as we are less than 200 subscribers away from 6,000. And also hit that notification bell so you get notified every time we go live here throughout the Stanley Cup Finals. Gazio send an emoji. Thank you so much, my friend. And thank you for chiming in. Really, really do appreciate it. I live on the East Coast, more specifically New Jersey. It's why I'm rocking this Devils thing. I'm also the host of the Devils State of Mind podcast here on the Hockey Podcast Network, which covers the New Jersey Devils. But I'm also a big live watch-along broadcaster here. What's going on, Andrew? He showed up late. Better late than never. You know what I mean? As this second overtime frame is underway, really do Appreciate everybody hanging out with us here. And again, here's what happens. If the Panthers score, we are tied at a game apiece going into Florida. If the Oilers win, they will complete their eighth comeback of these playoffs. Carter Verhaeghe and Corey Perry are currently tied for the most postseason overtime goals among active players. Brad Marchand is currently in second place with 4. He could tie Verhaeghe, Corey Perry, and Patrick Kane for the most all time. And we'll see. The face-off here to the right of Bobrovsky in the Panther zone. Staying up to watch this live and not the hockey, apparently. Well, you know what, Erica, I really appreciate that, and good to see you again. Thank you so much. And just say I'll be flying into East Coast tomorrow. Awesome, man. Well, safe travels. Good to hear. Good to hear. As now Verhaeghe wraps it around the boards to Gustav Forsling. Forsling now behind the net. Verhaeghe trying to get there, and it's taken away by McDavid, who flips it now to Drysdale. Drysdale with some space, tries to get around Forsling, and a good play there. Drysdale maintains the puck, tries to throw it in front, nobody home. Your play-by-play is good, dude. I can't get on the web or on TV, so thanks for this. Sean Kelly, you are very welcome. Thank you so much for the compliment and joining in with us. I do appreciate it. What's going on, Reiner? Good morning here from Germany. So we got someone from Germany watching this game. I assume to be fairly early in the morning, but thank you so much for hanging out with us, and I'm sure you're hoping your fellow countryman Leon Draisaitl can get the job done here and win this game for the Oilers as we get a stoppage in play here. Anaheim Ducks across the pond. I'm going to assume that you guys are from, Europe somewhere and covering the Ducks, which is great. Man, I miss covering hockey. Best sport in the world. Absolutely, it is the best sport in the world. And we have the best championship in the world with the most coveted and hardest trophy to win in sports. There's no question. And thank you guys for chiming in with your comments. Again, like and subscribe as well if you're enjoying what you're seeing. Really, really helps out the channel a ton. Seth Jones keeps it in for Florida. Turns it around, but that pass is easily taken away by Wallman. Panthers take it away again, but play is stopped as the puck was knocked down with a high stick. So again, who's going to be the hero tonight? It took us only one overtime to decide game 1. Will it take 2 or more to decide game number 2? We'll see. Predict McDavid's next contract. I'm going to say 12 years, 15 million per year. That'll be my best guess that I can give you. Puck in the right corner in the offensive zone for Edmonton. Kulikov is without his stick. Arvidsson intercepts it. Wallman's able to keep it in. Klingberg feeds it in front there. Puck is loose, but Connor Brown couldn't control it. Bennett feeds it up to Tkachuk, and he gets it now to Rodriguez, who will dump it in. Just about 2 minutes into this second overtime period. The puck goes around the boards, and now Forsling throws it at the net, but it gets blocked. And now Klingberg tries to come the other way for Edmonton. Klingberg not able to get it. Now Forsling intercepts, and he'll dump it back into the Edmonton zone. Tomas Nosek, who is fighting along here, he gets crunched by Brett Kulak in the right side. And now Vander Kane takes it away for Edmonton. Kane trying to get around some Panther players. He cannot. We have an offsides here against Edmonton. Tomas Nosek, he had the only penalty of overtime in game number 1. The Oilers took advantage of it, and Leon Draisaitl got his second of the night and ended that game in the first overtime. And I'd be curious to see if a power play is going to make a difference for either one of these teams. The refs are letting them play, which is important. And granted, the only penalty was a delay of game where it was obvious that Nosek threw it into the stands or just shot the puck into the stands, and they had to call it. Nosek comes back in, throws it, and that one is stopped easily by Skinner. We'll face off in the Edmonton zone with 17-13 to go in the second overtime. I have now just reached over 4 hours. I started at 8:15 local time here on the East Coast, and it is now 12:16 a.m. in my time. AJ Grier's next contract. 1 year, 1.5 million. That's going to be my guess. AJ Greer did not play game number 1. He is also out for game number 2 with a lower body injury. He did skate at practice yesterday, so there is a possibility he might play at the very earliest game number 3 in Florida on Monday night. Bouchard gets it up the boards. Kapanen having some trouble getting it out, and finally he does. Now Seth Jones tries to bank it off the boards. Barkov, he'll get to it and he'll flip it in. And now Ekholm will slow it down here for Edmonton. I wish my nose wasn't so itchy. Sorry you guys had to see that. Anyway, back to the game as Forsling now will control for Florida. Forsling to Luostarinen, banks it off the boards. Lundell gets to it. Lundell can't get around Kulak. Good play there. And now what's turnaround shot there by Marchand is stopped, as that was almost a takeaway. That would have been a disaster, as Brad Marchand again looking for his second of the night and trying to win this game. He has the last goal that the Panthers scored, and he was looking for that one there. Now the Oilers with some space. Kulak around Luostarinen and now drops it off. Drops out to Podkolzin. Podkolzin with it now. Get to the Nurse. Nurse through traffic, and that one gets blocked by Ekblad, and that hit him right in the chest area, and he is hobbled over and asking for someone to come on, so he'll have to come off. Arvidsson gets around a defender, drops it off there with a shot, and that one goes wide of Bobrovsky off the shot from Podkolzin, and that one deflects out of play, actually, and Ekblad is hunched over on the Panther bench right now in a lot of pain on that block shot. Actually, that shot by Podkolzin was blocked by Gustav Forsling, who again is having himself a very strong game defensively. But both teams now well over 40 shots, 45-42 in favor of the Oilers. Face-off won by the Panthers in their own zone, and they clear it out, but it's going to go all the way down and be another icing here. The face-off right back in the Panthers zone, and Ekblad really, really going through a lot of discomfort. I think that might actually hit him in the wrist area, probably in the one area that wasn't protected by padding. And that's going to sting. Reiner says, hoping for the Oilers to win this one. Got you. I'm glad that now we've had a little bit of balance between people who want the Panthers to win and people who want the Oilers to win. I think that's great. Face off to the right of Bobrovsky in the Florida zone. Nate Schmidt currently fighting along here. Gets it to the other side of Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe will get it out. Evan Bouchard will play it back into the Florida zone. Kulikov will slow it up. Dmitry Kulikov does have a goal in this game way back in the second period, just his second of the playoffs. Skinner will backhand it over to Bouchard, who will whack it up the side to get it to Corey Perry. Now up to Drysdale. Drysdale feeds it to McDavid. McDavid on the left side, but he is off sides. But everything can happen between those two teams, for sure. Let's go on, Mr. Hockey. Thank you for the comment, saying hoping for the Oilers as well. Okay, so we got some more support. And, of course, MC, who I think MC has been here longer than anybody since, like, literally the start of the stream, saying, I'm cheering for the Panthers, but I think it'll be a close series. MC is a Vancouver Canucks fan, so, again, understandably, would not want to see the Oilers win the Cup. Leon Draisaitl and Matthew Tkachuk currently both are tied for the most overtime playoff goals of any active player in the last, I think, 2 years. Now Victor Arvidsson stops on a dime in the offensive zone. Arvidsson backhands it to Connor Brown. Now gets it over. Feeds it top of the point to Klingberg. Klingberg left side now to Wallman. Wallman throws it behind the net, just out of the reach of Connor Brown. And now Barkov will play it easily, but a bad pass there to Reinhart. The Oilers intercept, and they'll dump it right back into the Florida zone. And Nate Schmidt will be behind his net. Now the Panthers look to come the other way. That pass just out of the reach of Verhaeghe's stick from Kulikov. Kulak behind his own net. Plays it off the boards. Gets it now to a teammate, flips it to Trent Frederic. Frederic dumps it around. Marchand trying to play the puck. Marchand fighting along with Evander Kane. Kane lost that puck, and now Brad Marchand will regain it. Flip it up now to Luosterainen. Luosterainen tried to backhand it in. It got blocked and then went into the zone. Well, Kulak will play around the boards. Intercepted by Florida. Ekblad tried to throw it at the net. It got blocked. Good to see Ekblad back out there after blocking that shot with his wrist. And now he's down fighting along with Evander Kane along the boards. Kulak now behind the net as he'll calm it down. Just 6.5 minutes into the second overtime period. Game tied at 4 here in game 2 of this finals. Kulak will fire off. I think that might actually hit the ref instead of off the boards. Looks to be okay, though. Puck goes back into the Florida zone where Ekblad will play it for the Panthers. Gets it up now to Carter Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe over to Gadjevich, just out of his reach, and he's offsides anyway. 13:08 to go. Renner says would still be a win for Canada. I mean, yeah, if the Oilers win, they will do something that no Canadian team has done since 1993, and that is win the Stanley Cup. Hoping for the Oilers, but the Panthers are sacked. I mean, the Panthers, I mean, both of these teams have proven that they deserve to be here for the second straight year. They've just continued to be phenomenal. It's Nico Mikkola plays off the boards. Was deflected, so no icing here. Shots in the second overtime, 3-0 currently in favor of the Panthers. Oilers might have a 2-on-1 if they come in. Opportunity here to Kapanen in a big shot there and a save by Bobrovsky. Janmark made the saucer feed to Kasperi Kapanen, but it went right into the stomach of Sergei Bobrovsky to make the save. And face off in the Florida zone with 12:47 to go in this overtime frame. Big respect for the Panthers. I think they deserved plenty of respect from everybody in the league. This is their third consecutive Stanley Cup final. They're looking for their second straight Stanley Cup, trying to be the first team since the 2020-2021 Tampa Bay Lightning to win back-to-back Stanley Cups. As I just mentioned. Are you saying the Panthers are cracked? Yes, they're uber talented in all facets for sure. Panthers now trying to come the other way. Barkov leads up to Reinhart, who will dump it in. Bouchard, he gets there first for Edmonton and backhands it to Wollman. Ekblad and Reinhart putting pressure on Drysdale here in the defensive zone. McDavid trying to get it out. He cannot. Verhaeghe knocks it down. Tried to feed it to Barkov out of his reach. And the Oilers whack it out of the zone finally before Verhaeghe dumps it right back in. Bouchard gets it now to Corey Perry. Corey Perry trying to weave his way through. Drops it for Drysdale behind the net. Drysdale feeds it. Slap shot, and that one goes wide of Bobrovsky. Now an opportunity here. Brad Marchand coming breakaway chance. Backhand try, and he scores! Brad Marchand in double overtime, and the Panthers have tied the series up at a game apiece as they shift the series to South Florida. Brad Marchand, he scored the go-ahead goal in the second period, shorthanded on a breakaway, and he ends game number 2 on a partial breakaway in double overtime. And we are tied at a game apiece in this Stanley Cup Finals. Wow, what a finish. Good shot block there. And then Anton Lundell, just like he did with Marchand back in the second period, nice feed to him. And then Marchand, this time, going through the 5-hole on his backhand. And he sends the Panthers back home, tied at a game apiece. What a finish. Absolutely phenomenal game. Absolutely loved every second of it. And I thank you guys so much for hanging out with me this whole evening here, over 4 hours. And this ended in double overtime. Brad Marchand with his 5th career playoff overtime goal. He is now tied with Patrick Kane and a few others for the most of any active player in the NHL right now. And so, on that note, that is going to do it for me tonight for Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. What a fantastic one. We had a great game number 1, and we had an even more exciting game number 2 here. He says, God's darn Nova Scotians. Is that where Brad Marchand's from? Is he from Nova Scotia? Did not know that. Did not know that. But again, thank you to everybody who hung out with me tonight. Even if you just jumped in, really, really do appreciate it. Do me a favor before we sign off today as MC. Of course, you're going to be pumped up. But do me a favor. I've said it all night long, but do it for me, please, if you haven't already. Make sure to leave a like on this stream. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, as we're less than 200 subscribers away from 6,000. And punch that notification bell so you get notified every time we go live right here on the Hockey Podcast Network YouTube channel. We will be back here again live for game number 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals on Monday night, again at 8 p.m. Eastern. It should be another exciting one if it's any similar to the first 2 games that we've had. But again, thank you all so very much for hanging out with me tonight, and we will see you in the next Stanley Cup Finals live watch along. Once again, the final score from Edmonton, the Florida Panthers come away with the victory, winning 5-4, thanks to a breakaway goal, his second of the night, from the Rat, Brad Marchand. Everyone continue to be the awesome people that you are. And as I always say at the end of every live watch along, make sure to rock on.